24 remain beyond target processing time, but I'm happy to pick up with the Honourable Lady any specific cases she wishes me to look at.
Joanna Chorley.
Speaker, can I ask the Foreign Office what they're going to do about the significant delays in the academic technology approval scheme, which is preventing professors at Edinburgh University and Heriot-Watt University from getting the top PhD candidates?
Minister.
ATAS continues to be an essential tool to prevent sensitive UK technologies from reaching military programmes of concern, and therefore we are proud of the work that our incredible Team 2 to monitor and manage every single case. But I'm very happy to sit down with the Honourable Lady if there are specific cases she wishes to look at.
Wayne David.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I learned I was to be sanctioned by the Iranian regime for my support for human rights and freedom in Iran. That support, I can assure the House, will continue unabated. But could I ask the Minister specifically what support his government is given to the BBC Persian service?
Or a secretary.
I'm sure the honourable gentleman will wear that sanction designation as a badge of honour, because the point that he has made in standing up for the voice of the Iranian people who are being oppressed by their own regime is an important one. We take the protection of people here in the UK, whether they be British nationals or Iranians, incredibly seriously, and I will of course work with the Home Office to ensure that that protection is meaningful and strong.
Final question, Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know the draconian restrictions that women and girls in Afghanistan are facing, and as the co-chair of the new APPG for Afghan women and girls, we've written to the Foreign Secretary. Look forward to his response, but can he commit to any conversations and negotiations that he has with the Taliban will ensure that that is prioritised, the right of women and girls in Afghanistan?
Or Secretary.
The protection of women and girls remains an absolute foundation stone of Britain's foreign policy. We look upon the images that we're seeing coming out of Afghanistan about the humiliation and abuse that's been meted out against Afghan women, and of course we take our response to that incredibly seriously. And I can assure her this will always be a firm point when we raise things with the Afghanistan government.
We now come to the Prime Minister's statement tackling illegal immigration. Prime Minister.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, before I start, I know the whole House will want to join me in expressing our sympathies to the families of those who lost their children in Solihull. And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a statement on illegal migration. I hope the whole House would agree that there is a complex moral dimension to illegal migration. The balancing of our duty to support people in dire need with the responsibility to have genuine control over our borders understandably provokes strong feelings. And so it is my view that the basis for any solution shouldn't just be what works, but what is right. The simplest moral framing for this issue, one I believe members on all sides of this House believe in, is fairness. Mr. Speaker, it is unfair that people come here illegally. It is unfair on those with a genuine case for asylum when our capacity to help is taken up by people coming through and from countries that are perfectly safe. It is unfair on those who migrate here legally when others come here by cheating the system. And above all, it is unfair on the British people who play by the rules when others come here illegally and benefit from breaking those rules. So people are right to be angry, Mr. Speaker, because they see what I see, which is that this simply isn't fair. It is not cruel or unkind to want to break the stranglehold of criminal gangs who trade in human misery and who exploit our system and laws. Enough is enough. As currently constructed, the global asylum framework has become obsolete. Today, there are 100 million people displaced globally. Hostile states are using migration as a weapon on the very borders of Europe. And as the world becomes more unstable and the effects of climate change make more places uninhabitable the numbers displaced will only grow. We have a proud history of providing sanctuary to those most in need. Britain helped craft the 1951 Refugee Convention to protect those fleeing persecution. The Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead passed the world's first Modern Slavery Act in 2015. And in the last year, we have opened our hearts and our homes to people from Hong Kong, Afghanistan, and Ukraine. Thousands of families will be setting extra places around the Christmas table this year. No one can doubt our generosity of spirit. But today, far too many of the beneficiaries of that generosity are not those directly fleeing war zones or at risk of persecution, but people crossing the Channel in small boats. Many originate from fundamentally safe countries. All travel through safe countries. Their journeys are not ad hoc, but coordinated by ruthless, organised criminals. And every single journey risks the lives of women, children, and we should be honest, mostly men at sea. Mr. Speaker, this is not what previous generations intended when they drafted our humanitarian laws. Nor is it the purpose of the numerous international treaties to which the UK is a signatory. And unless we act now and decisively, this will only get worse. Already, in just 7 weeks since I became Prime Minister, we have delivered the largest ever small boats deal with France, with significantly more boots on the ground patrolling their beaches. For the first time, UK and French officers are embedded in respective operations in Dover and northern France. We've re-established the Calais Group of northern European nations to disrupt traffickers all along the migration route. And last week, this group set a long-term ambition for a UK EU-wide agreement on migration. Now, of course, this is not a panacea, and we need to go much further. Over the last month, the Home Secretary and I have studied every aspect of this issue in detail, and we can now set out 5 new steps today. First, our policing of the Channel has been too fragmented, with different people doing different things, being pulled in different directions. So we will establish a new, permanent, unified Small Boats Operational Command. This will bring together our military, our civilian capabilities, and the National Crime Agency. It will coordinate our intelligence, interception, processing, and enforcement, and use all available technology, including drones for reconnaissance and surveillance, to pick people up and identify and then prosecute more gang-led boat pilots. We're adding more than 700 new staff and also doubling the funding given to the NCA for tackling organised immigration crime in Europe. Second, these extra resources will free up immigration officers to go back to enforcement, which will in turn allow us to increase raids on illegal working by 50%. And it's frankly absurd that today illegal migrants can get bank accounts which help them live and work here. So we will restart data sharing to stop this. Third, it's unfair and appalling that we are spending £5.5 million every day on using hotels to house asylum seekers. We must end this. So we will shortly bring forward a range of alternative sites such as disused holiday parks, former student halls and surplus military sites. We have already identified locations that could accommodate 10,000 people, are in active discussions to secure these and more.
Does somebody flash the camera then? It's quite serious to take photographs in the chamber. No, there was a different camera. Can I just say, if the member knew they'd taken the photograph, one, I expect them to leave and I expect them to go out to the chamber. It's totally unacceptable when the Prime Minister is speaking to disrupt. Mr. Was it yourself? No. Well, I hope it's deleted and speak to the Sergeant. Can you go out and just have a chat with the Sergeant? Because it didn't look that way to me. Prime Minister, sorry about that.
As I said, these sites will accommodate 10,000 people, and we're in active discussions to secure them and many more. Our aim is to add thousands of places through this type of accommodation in the coming months at half the cost of hotels. At the same time, as we consulted on over the summer, the cheapest and fairest way to solve this problem is for all local authorities to take their fair share of asylum seekers in the private rental sector. And we will work to achieve this as quickly as possible. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, we need to process claims in days or weeks, not months or years. So we will double the number of asylum caseworkers, and we are radically re-engineering the end-to-end process with shorter guidance, fewer interviews, less paperwork, and introducing specialist caseworkers by nationality. We will also remove the gold plating in our modern slavery system, including by reducing the cooling-off period from 45 to 30 days, the legal minimum set out in the ECAT Treaty. As a result of all of these changes, we will triple the productivity of our caseworkers, and we expect to abolish the backlog of initial asylum decisions by the end of next year. Fifth, Mr. Speaker, and most significantly, a third of all those arriving in small boats this year, almost 13,000 people, are Albanian. And yet Albania is a safe, prosperous European country. It is deemed safe for returns by Germany, France, Italy, Sweden. It is an EU accession country, a NATO ally, and a member of the same treaty against trafficking as the United Kingdom. The Prime Minister of Albania has himself said there is no reason why we cannot return Albanian asylum seekers immediately. Last year, Germany, France, Belgium, Sweden, all rejected almost 100% of Albanian asylum claims. Yet our rejection rate is just 45%. That must not continue. So today, I can announce a new agreement with Albania and a new approach. First, we will embed Border Force officers in Tirana airport for the first time ever, helping to disrupt organised crime and stop people coming here illegally. Second, we will issue new guidance for our caseworkers to make it crystal clear that Albania is a safe country. Third, one of the reasons we struggle to remove people is because they unfairly exploit our modern slavery system. So we will significantly raise the threshold someone has to meet to be considered a modern slave. For the first time, we will actually require a caseworker to have objective evidence of modern slavery rather than just a suspicion. Fourth, we have sought and received formal assurances from Albania confirming they will protect genuine victims and people at risk of re-trafficking, allowing us to detain and return people to Albania with confidence and in line with the ECAT Treaty. As a result of these changes, the vast majority of claims from Albania can simply be declared clearly unfounded, and those individuals can be swiftly returned. And lastly, we will change how we process Albanian illegal migrants with a new dedicated unit expediting cases within weeks, staffed by 400 new specialists. Over the coming months, thousands of Albanians will be returned home, and we'll keep going with weekly flights until all the Albanians in our backlog have been removed. And in addition to all these new steps, Mr. Speaker, let the House be in no doubt that when legal proceedings conclude on our migration and economic development partnership, we will restart the first flights to Rwanda. So those here illegally who cannot be returned to their home country can build a new life there. But, Mr. Speaker, even with the huge progress we will make with the changes I've announced today, there still remains a fundamental question: how do we solve this problem once and for all? It is not just our asylum system that needs fundamental reform. Our laws need reform too. We must be able to control our borders to ensure that the only people who come here come through safe and legal routes. However well-intended, our legal frameworks are being manipulated by people who exploit our courts to frustrate their removal for months or years on end. Mr. Speaker, I said enough is enough, and I mean it, and that means I am prepared to do what must be done. So early next year, we will introduce new legislation to make unambiguously clear that if you enter the UK illegally, you should not be able to remain here. Instead, you will be detained and swiftly returned either to your home country or to a safe country where your asylum claim will be considered. And you will no longer be able to frustrate removal attempts with late or spurious claims or appeals. And once removed, you should have no right to re-entry, settlement or citizenship. And furthermore, if our reforms in Albania are challenged in the courts, we will also put them on a statutory footing to ensure the UK's treatment of Albanian arrivals is no different to that of Germany or France. The only way to come to the UK for asylum will be through safe and legal routes. And as we get a grip of illegal migration, we will create more of those routes. We will work with the UNHCR to identify those most in need, so the UK remains a safe haven for the most vulnerable. And we will introduce an annual quota on numbers set by Parliament in consultation with local authorities to determine our capacity and amendable in the face of humanitarian emergencies. Mr. Speaker, that is the fair way to address this global challenge. Tackling this problem will not be quick. It will not be easy, but it is the right thing to do, because we cannot persist with a system that was designed for a different era. We have to stop the boats, and this government will do what must be done. Mr. Speaker, we will be tough but fair, and where we lead, others will follow, and I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Can I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement, and can I join with him in the comments about the tragic loss of life in Solihull, which is unimaginably unbearable for the families, the friends and the whole of the community. Mr. Speaker, channel crossings are a serious problem requiring serious solutions. We need leadership at home and abroad. We need a Home Office that functions effectively, and we need to defeat the criminal gangs operating on the coast. But time and time again, this government has not provided serious solutions. The Prime Minister sat around the Cabinet table the whole time. Where there should have been solutions, we've had unworkable gimmicks. And Mr. Speaker, as I listened to that statement, all of that has been said almost word for word before. The last time we had measures, the last time we had legislation. Plenty of newspaper headlines about wave machines, prison ships, fantasy islands, but no effective action. All designed to mask failure, to distract from a broken asylum system that can't process claims, can't return those with no right to be here, and can't protect our borders. Over 40,000 people have crossed the Channel this year. That's a record, but only 2% have had their asylum claim processed. What happens to the other 98%? They're placed in hotels costing around £7 million a day. Bad for refugees who want to rebuild their life, bad for taxpayers. And, Mr Speaker, this isn't just a one-off bad year, 2022. It's been bad under the Tories for years. Last year, the percentage of Channel crossing asylum claims processed was just 4%. Let those figures sink in, because that's the root of the problem. Something has to be done to clear the backlog. I welcome the commitment to fast-track clearly unfounded claims. That's what we've been calling for, and Britain is 2 years behind so many of our neighbours and allies who've been fast-tracking for years. So can the Prime Minister confirm, and I want to have an answer on this, that he intends to will clear the backlog by the end of next year, and that's 150,000 cases in the backlog. Well, yeah, I know he said it, and we'll be back in a year. But 150,000 cases, including the 100,000 that have been there for over 6 months. We need clarity about that. I also welcome more staff for processing. It's appalling they let the backlog get this big. Exactly. Nearly 100,000 cases have been waiting more than 6 months for a decision. That is the root cause. But processing is only part of the answer. Criminal gangs are sending these people to risk their lives. They thrive because of a total failure of any coordinated response or any effective deterrent to their criminal activity. For months, we've been calling for action to tackle this root cause. A specialist cell in the National Crime Agency, to catch, prosecute and disband criminal gangs. We need to be working internationally to end this cross-border crime. Again, new staff are welcome, but can he guarantee that will result in prosecutions for those who put lives and national security at risk? And, Mr Speaker, money is being wasted on the unworkable, unethical plan to deport people to Rwanda. £140 million wasted already, not a single deportation. And the most senior civil service in the Home Office is the only one in government to tell the truth. It doesn't even work as a deterrent. Exactly. The Prime Minister's promised more legislation. But the last time the government legislated to tackle the broken asylum system, they made it work. Mr Speaker, since the Nationality and Borders Act came into force, crossings and delays have increased. 18,000 cases have been put through the new process, adding an additional 6 months, with only 21 returns. That's slow track, not fast track. How can he have any credibility to say new legislation is going to be the answer? The unworkable gimmicks go on. So do the crossings. We need to bring this to an end. That means a proper plan to crack down on the gangs, quick processing, return agreements, serious solutions to a serious problem, and that is what Labour will offer.
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, that speaks for itself, quite frankly. Mr. Speaker, we're not going to take any lectures from the Labour Party on tackling It's the gentleman who's consistently tried to block steps to strengthen Britain's approach to illegal migration throughout his career. Since he's been elected, he's failed on 36 occasions to vote for stronger laws. And we heard that again today, Mr. Speaker. He talks about processing, he talks about the hotels. The only way to stop that problem is to stop the boats, Mr. Speaker. We are the only party, Mr. Speaker, that has a plan to tackle these issues. A new small boats operational command in the Channel, deals with Albania and France, cheaper accommodation, tougher immigration enforcement, and new legislation making it clear in law for the first time that if you come here illegally, stay, Mr. Speaker. Labour now have a choice. Show that they're on the side of the British people and back our our plans to stop illegal migration. He may want to stand in our way. He may want to block laws. We're going to block the boats.
Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for his reference to my passing of the Modern Slavery Act? Does he agree with me that in dealing with asylum claims, the onus must be on the Home Office to improve its processing? That, contrary to what is said by some commentators and sadly some members of this House, people smuggling and human trafficking are distinct and separate crimes and should not be treated or spoken of as one, and that modern slavery is a very real and current threat, with too many people brought to this country into slavery, and that we must do nothing to diminish our world-leading protections for the victims of this terrible, horrific crime.
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me, and I know the whole House will want to join me in paying tribute to my right honourable friend for her global leadership on this issue. She's absolutely right. It's incumbent on us to ensure that our processing is swift and effective, but I know she will want to join me in ensuring that our world-leading modern slavery regime actually helps the people who are most in need, who are most vulnerable. They're the people that need our support, and that's what our reforms today will deliver.
Leader of the SNP, Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to begin by passing my thoughts and indeed those of my colleagues to the families and friends of those impacted by the terrible tragedy in Solihull. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to start by saying something which I think many on the benches behind the Prime Minister wish that they could say. Nobody is illegal, and indeed there is no such thing as an illegal asylum seeker. But what we all agree upon, Mr. Speaker, is that the UK's system is broken, and we can't, of course, escape from the fact who has broken it. But in order to address some of the problems that are faced, I do indeed welcome some of what the Prime Minister has said. I have personally visited hotel accommodation and seen the damaging impact that those long stays have had on people within that accommodation. So to hear positive words in terms of speeding up that process is indeed something which I hope we can all agree on. But I do, however, have grave concerns about the new proposed legislation, grave concerns about the proposals in respect of accommodation, and grave concerns about the one-size-fits-all approach to asylum seekers emanating from Albania. So in that regard, I would like to ask the Prime Minister a very simple question. Has he consulted with the United Nations High Commissioner on Refugees in respect of these proposals? And if not, why not? But ultimately, the solutions don't lie in either or any of those above proposals. They lie in ensuring that safe and legal routes exist. Now, the Prime Minister made extensive reference to safe and legal routes. So let him rise to his feet and outline one single safe and legal route. Maybe perhaps for a family member of an asylum seeker in Afghanistan, in a way, of course, that the Home Secretary could not just last week. And finally, Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of all of us in this chamber not to reflect upon the Independent Migration Advisory Committee's report from this morning, which detailed how important migration is to our public sector, to our private sector, and indeed to our economy. So how on earth does this government's hostile approach to migration assist with that proposal? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to tell the honourable gentleman that the Development Secretary met last weekend with the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. But what I would say, Mr. Speaker, it's a point of difference between us and the parties opposite, is we shouldn't need the permission of someone outside to control our own borders. Mr. Speaker. He asked also about Albania and our approach. I would just gently point out to him that what we are doing is in line with what almost every other European country already does with regard to Albanian migrants. And lastly, he made the, quite frankly, absurd claim that we don't have safe and legal routes into the UK. Mr. Speaker, in the last few years, we have made offers of over 450,000 to welcome people from Afghanistan, from Syria, from Hong Kong, and most recently from Ukraine. And that's because this is a compassionate, tolerant country, Mr. Speaker, and it always will be.
Part of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
The parliamentary leader of the SNP can put down a debate on legal migration for next week. This subject is illegal immigration. The question in front of the House and the country is how people can be safe, how their status can be determined. Will the action work? Is it necessary? And is it right? I think most people listening to this debate, whether they normally support the SNP or Labour or Conservatives, will say yes, it is necessary, it will work, it should go ahead.
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable Jen for his support. And as he knows, this problem is complicated. It's not easy. It won't be solved overnight. But I believe the plan that we've outlined today represents the most serious step forward in getting a grip of this problem. The task now for us is to deliver on it, but with his support and everyone else's, I'm confident that we can.
Chair of the Armed Affairs Select Committee, Dame Diana Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, in our report on small boat crossings published in July of this year, the Home Affairs Select Committee made it very clear that the #1 priority for government should be to clear the asylum backlog. So we are very pleased that that is now starting to be addressed. The backlog of 150,000 has been building, though, since 2013. So the more recent small boat crossings have not broken the asylum system. And we noted how important it was to have sufficiently well-trained, motivated and supported decision makers to make those good quality first decisions. But despite promises to increase decision-making numbers before, targets have been missed, and the attrition rate of staff in 2021 was a staggering 46%. Plus, the technology that they use is creakingly antiquated and reported by the Inspector of Borders and Immigration as hampering productivity. So can the Prime Minister just ensure that he has sufficient members of staff to carry out what he's seeking to do? And can he just explain exactly, when productivity at the moment is 1.3 decisions per decision maker per week, with a pilot that the Home Office have to increase that to 2.7 decisions per decision maker per week, how he is going to triple productivity?
That's right. Good question.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Chair of the Select Committee, because all actually excellent questions and the right questions to focus on. What I can tell her is that we have redesigned the entire process for caseworking on an end-to-end basis, which will take productivity from 1.2, as she says it is today, up to 4. And we will do that in a relatively short period of time. That's how we'll cut the initial asylum backlog by the end of the next year. That process is being rolled out as we speak. She talked about the reason for the backlog. It is worth bearing in mind that the number of small boat crossings has quadrupled in just the last 2 years. That's the scale of the challenge that we are facing, and that is leading to significant strain on the system. She asked about the numbers. We have already doubled the number of caseworkers in the last year to 1,200, and that will be doubling again in the next 9 to 12 months. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would just say a big part of the reason that our processing is slower than we would like is because time and time again, people exploit our system to make late or spurious claims. And that is why our new legislation will tackle that problem, and I hope it has the support of the party opposite.
Gale.
Mr. Speaker, can I first thank my right honourable friend for his statement and for the initiatives he's taken with Mr. Macron and with the Prime Minister of Albania as two small but significant steps forward. I also appreciate the fact that he is clearly going to take personal charge of the backlog and ensure that the lamentable performance of the Home Office to date is rectified. But would he agree with me that the only way that this problem is going to be solved will be on a pan-European basis and not domestically? and that if we are going to deal with this, then we have to deal with Schengen, and we have to deal with countries beyond Schengen and reach agreements, and would he use all his efforts to seek to secure that?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his excellent question and also all his very constructive engagement with me and ministers on resolving this issue. I know he speaks up very well for his local area on these matters, but he's absolutely right, which is why it's so crucial that in the last few weeks we have not only restarted the Calais group of European nations meeting, which the Home Secretary deserves enormous credit for. She's also put that group on a permanent basis, making sure that we now go further, working with Frontex, the European Border Agency, working towards a UK-EU returns agreement for the first ever time. And that is the path forward, Mr. Speaker. The best way to solve this problem is upstream, working with our allies in Northern Europe, and the plans and progress that my honourable friend the Home Secretary has made are going to deliver exactly that.
Ed Davey.
Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and community in Solihull who have lost their young sons. Mr. Speaker, 97,000 people have been waiting for a decision on their asylum claim for 6 months or more. That's 97,000 people trapped for months in Home Office limbo, banned from working, while the NHS, social care, agriculture and hospitality are all desperately short of staff they need. Last month, Mr. Speaker, it was revealed that even the Home Office's own analysis shows that the right to work does not act as a pull factor for asylum seekers. Yeah. So will the Prime Minister end this absurd ban on work to save taxpayers' money and help grow our economy?
Here, here. The simple answer is no, Mr. Speaker. We won't do that, nor will we grant blanket amnesties as happened in the past to get the backlog down. We will go through it methodically and properly. But the best way to reduce the pressure on the backlog is to stop the number of people coming here illegally in the first place. And if the honourable gentleman is interested in doing that, he should support our new legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the announcements today? This is exactly what is needed. I can't think of anything more articulate than that. Can I ask my right honourable friend, though, to reiterate the importance of Rwanda and using the Rwanda flight as part of the measures to address illegal immigration? Such an important measure.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. The Rwanda policy is an important part of our approach to tackling this problem, because it must be the case that if you come here illegally, we can return you either to your own safe country or an alternative like Rwanda where your claim can be processed. That's the system we want to move to, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we will deliver.
Mr. Speaker, 83% of small boat asylum claims that have been made in the last 4 years are still waiting a decision. You have an attrition rate of 46% amongst caseworkers. How are you going to achieve your goals?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I set out to the chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, we've redesigned the end-to-end process for asylum processing. It will triple the productivity of our caseworkers and will cut through the backlog. But I say the same thing to him, as I said to others. Best way to solve this problem, stop people coming here illegally. The best way to do that is to back on new legislation.
Tim Morton.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly support these measures from the Prime Minister, particularly the disproportionate numbers of Albanian economic migrants who are queue-jumping those genuinely fleeing danger. I heard not a single practical solution from opposition benches, just collective amnesia about what they voted against. The Prime Minister knows I favour safe and legal routes as a counterbalance to having tougher and swifter measures. Will he therefore, in those safe and legal routes we need to develop, have a Dubs 2 scheme specifically aimed at unaccompanied children in peril, and a proper family reunion scheme with those with close links to the United Kingdom legally here, so we can control and welcome those genuinely in need of safety here?
Prime Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. As our recent actions have shown over the last couple of years, this is an incredibly compassionate and generous country that has and always will offer sanctuary and refuge to those who really need it. We need to do that through safe and legal routes. We want to have that conversation with him and others, whether whether it's the Red Cross or the UNHCR, about how best to design those routes. But we can only have that conversation and implement those routes once we have proper control of our borders, and that's what we need to deliver first.
Holly Lynch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has said in his statement, "We will remove the gold plating in our modern slavery system." That modern slavery system we could all, across these benches, be incredibly proud of. It protected victims of modern slavery, but it also, crucially, allowed us to secure prosecutions against those abusers. It's currently taken the Home Office 531 days on average to arrive at a conclusive grounds decision for victims, and around 90% of those decisions are positive, confirming that people were indeed victims of modern slavery. This will affect British and foreign children as well as adults, some of those locked in county lines gangs, as well as sexual exploitation. Why is the Prime Minister tearing up the modern slavery system in this way?
Mr. Speaker, that's simply not right. We're very proud of our modern slavery system, and we want to make sure that it protects those genuine victims of modern slavery. And it's absolutely right that they get their cases considered properly. The reason that is not happening at the moment is because the system is being deluged with far more claims than it was ever designed to cope with. When the impact assessment on the modern slavery bill was done, it anticipated 3,500 claims a year. What we are now facing, Mr. Speaker, is 12,500 in just the first 3 quarters of this year. And it's right that we focus our attention on those who most need our help. And in doing so, we can get those people the help they need as quickly as possible.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I live in a place called the real world, and in the real world people know that the vast majority of people travelling here on small boats are not genuine refugees. Even last week at the Home Affairs Select Committee, the Albanian ambassador admitted that everybody coming from Albania are economic migrants. They're coming here because they can't come through a legal route by getting visas, so they come on small boats. So the public get it, even the Albanian ambassador gets it, we all get it. Prime Minister, when will the opposition get it and realise that the vast majority that are coming over are not genuine asylum seekers?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is a fantastic champion on this issue, and he's absolutely right. We on this side of the House are on the side of the British people. It's as simple as that. The opposition today have put forward no plans, no action, and have not at all complied. And we'll soon see, Mr. Speaker, when we bring forward legislation to stop the boats, they have a choice. Do they want to back our legislation and be on the side of the British people?
Gavin Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Prime Minister for an important suite of proposals that he's outlined this afternoon, and indicate that we will constructively engage with his ministers on any legislation that is brought forward. He has rightfully highlighted Syria, Afghanistan, Hong Kong, Ukraine, and the pressures that have been in the Home Office over the last number of years, where staff are moved continually from one place to another and then to passports and back again. That's a large part responsible for the backlog. So he is right to double the number of caseworkers. Will the new Albanian team of 400 that he's indicated form part of that doubling, or is that additional staff or staff that will be moved from elsewhere?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that's part of the doubling, and that unit will be specifically trained to process the Albanian migrants in line with our new system and our new policy guidance, which is shortly to be issued by the Home Office. And in doing that, we are confident that we can start processing Albanian claims in a matter of weeks rather than months. And with our new agreement, we can swiftly send them back to Albania. That's what the Albania Prime Minister thinks should happen. That's what European countries do, and that's what we will do in our country too.
David Davis.
And I strongly welcome the seriousness with which the Prime Minister addresses this issue, particularly his focus on stopping the Albanian gangs. But with respect to the dispersal centres, when the Home Office attempted to introduce a dispersal centre in my constituency, they ignored the local authority concerns about healthcare, public services and children's services. They then also ignored the existing level of Albanian organised crime in Hull, and did not even consult the local police chief before they moved on the matter. Needless to say, they didn't consult any of the local MPs either. If we continue in this mode, the Home Office will face serial judicial review after judicial review, and the policy will not work. So can we please see a radical improvement of decision-making in the Home Office in this process?
Prime Minister.
Well, first of all, can I thank my right honourable friend for his engagement with us and his specific suggestions on tackling the issue of Albanian migrants. I hope he's pleased by what he's heard today, which reflected much of what he suggested. And on the issue of accommodation, look, I agree with him, and all members know this is a tricky issue for us to manage, Mr. Speaker, but we will manage it with sensitivity and care and strong engagement with colleagues and local authorities. I make that commitment to him, and we'll make sure that that is followed up on.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister mentioned that he wanted to work with the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, and also that the Foreign Minister had already met with the High Commissioner for Refugees. Did the High Commissioner support these measures and their efficacy?
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we believe in sovereignty on this side of the House, and when it comes to controlling our borders, we will of course act in line with our legal obligations, but we will do what must be done to fix the unfairness and make sure we stop illegal migration.
Sir Robert Butland.
Mr. Speaker, I commend my right honourable friend for his practical approach to a problem that needs practical solutions. Can I, in urging him to press on with the work to improve the efficiency of the system, including the tribunal appellate system, urge the government to work with the Tribunal Procedures Committee to reactivate the detained fast-track procedure, which has been suspended now for 7 years and which I think could be a reasonable part of the solution to this problem.
Prime Minister.
Well, my right honourable gentleman friend obviously has expertise in this issue. He's absolutely right about that process and the help it can provide. If you please know, the Immigration Minister and the Attorney General met recently with the authorities, and we'll look forward to taking forward his suggestions.
Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 17 years as a member of this House, I have never known backlogs in every avenue of Home Office processing to be so great and so slow. And the Prime Minister asked for suggestions. If he really wants to reprocess the Home Office's procedures, he could take out the ridiculous rule that people have to renew their indefinite leave to remain every 30 months, putting the same people back through the system to come out with the same outcome. He could, in one fell swoop, reduce the backlog. Will he do it?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I just gently point out to the honourable lady that the backlog now, difficult as it is half as big as it was under the last Labour government. Unlike then, we will not resort to giving people blanket amnesties, Mr. Speaker, because that's not the right approach.
Simon Fell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I warmly welcome this statement? Tackling the backlog is absolutely key to getting the heat out of this issue and dealing with it fairly and firmly. And I think the same approach on Albania is welcome too. But would my right honourable friend agree that whilst Albania is the issue of the moment, this will move around the globe and actually going upstream and tackling the issue with the criminal gangs who have imported their dangerous business model from the Aegean to the Channel is absolutely crucial. I wonder if you could share his thoughts on that.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and that's why we're doubling the funding for Operation Invigor at the National Crime Agency, which will mean that they can disrupt twice as many organised crime gangs upstream. That is a European effort, and it's proven to be very successful in the past. It will get double the amount of resources to help disrupt the gangs upstream in the first place.
Sir Macklin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very, very simple question for the Prime Minister. Will he agree with me that any proposed bill or policy that breaches the UN Refugee Convention or the European Convention on Human Rights should be rejected out of hand?
Mr. Speaker, what our legislation will do is ensure that if you come to this country illegally, you will not have the right to stay here. It's a simple proposition, it's a fair proposition, and it's one that is supported by the vast majority of people across our country.
Chris Grayling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I warmly welcome my right honourable friend's statement today. This is a huge step in the right direction. I'm particularly encouraged by what he says about Albania and tighter guidance for those processing decisions. But will he extend that process of tightening guidance to other countries where we have an issue of people arriving, but too often they simply get through the system? I think particularly of a country like Vietnam, which is a fast-growing, prosperous country, where the case to be an asylum seeker is considerably weaker than it was in the past. So will he strengthen guidance for countries like that as well?
Prime Minister.
Yes is a simple answer, Mr. Speaker. The 2002 Immigration Act already has, in Section 92, the ability for the Home Secretary to designate safe countries. Many are already there, and we will continue to add to them as appropriate.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister talks about the views of the British public. I'm pretty sure that the British public also think that you shouldn't punish a child for the decisions of the parents. And it may be an inconvenient truth on this planet, but 1 in 5 of those coming in the small boats are under 18, and it's verified by the Home Office, not those people on Twitter. For 6 weeks now, I've been asking his government for the details of the safeguarding provision. During that time, we have had multiple reports of children who are with their families in these hotels for months on end being sexually assaulted and abused. Nothing that the Prime Minister announced today is going to change that situation in how we treat those children or apply the same rules to these children that we do to other children in temporary accommodation with their families. So will he now at least do the decent thing and make public that safeguarding contract so we can see what provision his government has made to look after these children and commit that families will be housed separately from single people?
Mr. Speaker, the government takes its obligations towards children extremely seriously. Of course, it's right that they are treated differently, and that's why the Immigration Minister has met with the Honourable Lady, and we continue to make sure that safeguarding is followed throughout our processing system.
Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend is right to identify that illegal immigration and the associated people smuggling are global problems that need global solutions. So could I press him to use his good office to urge the United Nations to make this a topic for the next General Assembly and to introduce an annual Heads of Government conference that focuses on this issue?
Yes.
Well, first of all, can I pay tribute to my right honourable friend for the work she did in bringing about our Modern Slavery Act. She deserves praise and credit for that. And she's absolutely right. As I mentioned, the global picture on migration has completely changed since most of these treaties were signed. It's right that countries like ourselves update their approach for the modern problem that we face, and I think her idea is a terrific one.
Rosie Duffield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister agree with Enver Solomon, the Chief Executive of the Refugee Council, who says in the Times today, instead of seeking to restrict the right to asylum, the government should ensure timely, fair and good quality decisions with access to legal advice so that those who need protection are allowed to stay and those with unfounded claims are returned with dignity. At the same time, there must be more safe routes such as family reunion, an issue that many members across this House have been raising here for several years.
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree with all of that, and that's what the reforms we've announced today will deliver. But the best way to do that is to ensure that the pressure on our system is not unsustainably high, and that's why we do need to stop the flow of new illegal migrants coming here, which is why legislation is important as well as our Albania deal. But I want to see the same thing that she does. Swift and effective processing of those who come here through safe and legal routes and the return of those who shouldn't.
Sir William Cash.
Will my right honourable friend accept that the legislation that he's announced is overdue? Secondly, that it needs to be expressly to distinguish between economic and illegal migrants on the one hand and genuine refugees on the other, and that the only way this can be done in law ultimately is through bypassing, by the notwithstanding formula, the European Convention on Human Rights to ensure that we can actually achieve the objectives that he set out, and it needs to be done as soon as possible.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that our legislation will deliver the asylum system that we want to see, and I can also give my honourable friend the assurance that it will be coming very early in the new year. We want to crack on and solve this problem, and I look forward to having his support.
John Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When my mother fled war and famine in Biafra in the 60s with her 3 small children, the cargo plane on which we were travelling, that was the only form of transport available, landed first in Lisbon, which was the only country that recognised Biafra at the time. Does the Prime Minister think that we should have been obliged to remain in that safe, relatively safe country? Or does he agree with my mother that it was better to travel on to Newcastle where my grandmother was.
Mr. Speaker, this country has and always will have a proud tradition of welcoming people here. And what we need to make sure is that we can do that. And we can't do that if our system is under unsustainable pressure from people who shouldn't be here. So by having proper control of our borders, by ensuring that we create a deterrent effect for those coming here illegally, we will be in a position so that people do not have to travel through other countries to get here, that we can work with the UN, the Red Cross and others to provide sanctuary for them wherever they are, and in the long run, that is the fairest and most sustainable solution to this problem.
Sir Robert Neal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate the Prime Minister upon targeted and practical measures? And would he agree that what he proposes is entirely consistent with our international obligations, and in particular, entirely consistent with our obligations under the European Convention on Human Rights and the European Rights Act? Is it better to concentrate on practical measures rather than the red herring of upending our domestic human rights legislation, which frankly would be a wasteful red herring?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for his support, and he makes a good point. As I've said earlier, the vast majority of European countries already reject almost 100% of claims from asylum seekers from Albania, for example. They are all signatories to the same conventions and treaties we are, so there is no reason why we should not be able to move to exactly the same rejection rate.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
I'd like to express my hearty sympathy with the people of Solihull following this week's terrible disaster. But we all know what today's announcement is. It's a sop to the right-wing press. And it continues his party's obsession with scapegoating asylum seekers, fast-tracking applications and weakening modern slavery protections directly undermine Wales's nation of sanctuary policy, which includes an explicit commitment to prevent people seeking sanctuary from becoming victims of modern slavery. So what discussions has he had with Welsh Government to guarantee fast-tracking won't frustrate our ambition to be a proper nation of sanctuary?
Mr. Speaker, we were the first country in the world, thanks to the leadership of my right honourable friend from Maidenhead, to pass the Modern Slavery Act with a dedicated regime which doesn't exist in its form in basically any other European country. We require our businesses to enforce their supply chains. We have life sentences for people who traffic modern slaves. So I'm very proud of our record. That record will continue, but we do need to make sure our system is not abused and exploited, and that's what we will fix with our reforms.
Simon Clark.
Mr. Speaker, and I warmly welcome the package of measures announced today, because this is the key issue on the doorstep in Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland, and it's something voters care about very deeply. The package that's been put together is very, very strong, and of course it complements, as my right honourable friend said, the Rwanda agreement. Can he just confirm, however, that if it is like Rwanda, ultimately frustrated by the European Convention on Human Rights, that we will rule nothing out, including derogation, to make sure that we can deliver this vital package?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, having been on those doorsteps in Middlesbrough South with my honourable friend, I know he speaks the truth, and he's been right to highlight this issue for his constituents. What I can tell him is we will legislate to put our Albania proposals on a statutory footing. I'm highly confident that those should be delivered, and as I said, they are already in practice in all other European countries. There's no reason why they shouldn't happen here too.
Chris Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said we will restart data sharing to stop migrants getting bank accounts. Who are we going to be restarting the data sharing with, and why did we stop?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member, I'm sure, will remember, after the Windrush situation, data sharing was stopped in a range of different places and has not restarted. We will be restarting data sharing with the banks, so that when someone tries to open a new bank account, or indeed just on a quarterly basis for existing bank accounts, the banks will have to check against the database of illegal migrants that we hold to ensure that people cannot disappear into the black economy, having arrived here illegally, and then participate in a normal way. That's not right, it's not fair, and I'm glad that he'll be supporting those proposals.
Trevor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to hear of the new approach to Albanians. That is both obvious and very sensible. But my question to the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, is how we bridge the gap. We have a gap
that we approve 76% of all asylum applications, where the EU average is just 14%. We're all ECHR signatories. They are not held out as international pariahs or breaking any abstract of international law. And you may be surprised to hear that I have no issue with the ambit of the ECHR, as long as we have an outcome of about 14% as well. So my question to my right honourable friend is, what has been going wrong with our approvals and refusals process?
Prime Minister.
I say my honourable friend makes an excellent point. He's absolutely right. A big part of that difference is how we're treating Albania. That will be changed as a result of our new guidance and deal. But more broadly, one of the changes we've made today is to increase the threshold that someone has to meet to be considered a modern slave. It was based on simply a suspicion that someone may be. We are changing that to make sure that there is objective evidence that they are. That change will help us close down some of those grant rates, but there's more work to do, and that's what our legislation will deliver.
Fleur Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The white list of countries designated safe is not new, and Albania has been on this list since 2014, so there's nothing new about this announcement. I welcome clearing the backlog. The Prime Minister just said that the new workers would be employed within the next 9 to 12 months, and the whole backlog will be cleared from its current state of 100,000. It was 3,000 when Labour is in power in the next same 12 months. So without the immigration workers there, how will this circle be squared? How will the backlog be cleared?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I just urge the honourable lady to go check her figures. It was certainly a lot higher than that in the last Labour government. But as my honourable friend Thanet made the point, is currently we are only rejecting 45% of Albanian asylum seekers compared to all European countries that are more like 98 to 100%. So the changes we've made today will ensure that our grant rate increases up to the levels that we see elsewhere. That's a result of the new deal that we've negotiated with Albania, which will give more comfort to our caseworkers, combined with the new guidance that's going to be issued, which will mean that we should, as we want to, return the vast majority of Albanian migrants when they come here. They shouldn't be here. Albania is a safe and prosperous country, and they should go back there.
Natalie Alfie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for his statement and for the new approach on Albania. As much as I welcome the jobs, I'd be grateful if my right honourable friend could confirm that this will be a temporary and not a permanent new small boats operational command centre in Dover and East Kent. And in relation to safe countries and immediate returns, could my right honourable friend update the House on whether a date has been set now for the summit with President Macron next year?
Mr. Speaker, can I just first of all pay tribute to my honourable friend for all the work she does on this issue in her constituency. And she's right. We want to get through these challenges that we face, to have a system where people don't come here illegally. And once we do that, of course, we should be able to withdraw down people and after we've got the backlog cleared as well. And she's also right to highlight the importance of working with the French. That's why our new deal is so important, but there's work to build on that. We're keen to have that summit as early as practically possible, but it's important that it delivers tangible outcomes, and that's what the Home Secretary and I are set about doing.
Joanna Chung.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I led a delegation of the Joint Committee on Human Rights to meet with the Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and one of the issues we discussed was the importance that all Council of Europe states address migration issues in accordance with human rights and international law. And of course, international refugee law does not require asylum seekers to make their claim in the first safe country, and it protects asylum seekers arriving via irregular or unofficial routes, provided they make their presence known to the authorities. So can I ask the Prime Minister this? Can he give me an undertaking that his new laws will comply with the United Kingdom's international law and human rights obligations? And if not, can he tell us from which treaties he intends to derogate? Or is it simply his intention to flout international law? Yes. And if that's the case, what kind of example does he think that sends to other countries in Europe, particularly on its eastern border?
Well, Mr. Speaker, and the Honourable Lady will know this, that both the 1999 Immigration Act, the 2002 Immigration Act, and indeed the Dublin Agreement all actually, consider the proposition that it is possible to return people who have come here who shouldn't be here. It allows the possibility to designate safe countries and to do removals. So that principle is well established in international law. What we want to have is a system where if you come here illegally, you will not be able to stay. That is a simple, common sense, fair principle that I think the vast majority of the country is right behind.
John Hayes.
It is rare in this House, Mr. Speaker, to agree with every single sentiment, impulse and word. Unless it's a speech of my own, of course. But I did today, and I congratulate the Prime Minister. His set of measures, his appetite is appropriate and it will be appreciated across the country. Will he, as most of my constituents would, when people travel across safe countries, as they frequently do before they claim asylum, automatically assume that their claim is spurious or at least doubtful?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and this is what our new legislation will deliver. It will make it unambiguously clear that if you come here illegally, you will have no right to stay. You will be removed either back to your own safe country or a safe alternative. I think that is the right system to have. It's the fair system to have, and it means we can concentrate our generosity and compassion on those around the world who most need it, and I know that's the type of system that the honourable gentleman wants to see.
Rick Twigg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't forget why we're actually here with this statement today. It's because the government has lost control of the asylum and immigration system and shown a degree of incompetence which takes some beating. They've also failed 3 years on to meet their manifesto commitments of taking back control of the border, and that their new system would give real control. So can I ask the Prime Minister this? Could he confirm and firm up his earlier statement that he is confident that the whole backlog will be removed by the end of next year of the initial asylum decisions? And could he tell us why he didn't say anything about how long he expects it will take to remove those asylum seekers who have failed in their applications out of the country?
Prime Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, the initial, our plan is to clear the initial asylum backlog by the end of next year. It's about 117,000 currently on published statistics. But he talked about the government and where we are. I think he forgets to mention that if you look at what's happening currently across Europe, the number of asylum claims in France, in Germany, is all up by 50%, and that's because the global migratory patterns have completely and utterly changed. It's why the current system is obsolete, and it's why we need to take steps to adopt to the new regime and ensure we have proper control of our borders. That's what our reforms will deliver.
Damien Green.
Deputy Speaker, I very strongly support the measures the Prime Minister has announced this morning, and in particular his framing of it as a matter of fairness, because I think having tough but fair border controls and an asylum policy is exactly where the British people are. And in communities across the country, would he agree with me that communities, including my own constituents, the measure of success, the visible measure of success, will be when some of the hotels currently being used for housing the asylum seekers can actually be returned to their normal use, and will he make that a priority?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank my right honourable friend both for absolutely championing this issue for his constituents, but also the advice that he has provided the Home Secretary and I, given his experience in how best to tackle the problems that we face. I very much value and appreciate that support. He's absolutely right. I think what people want to see is our hotels going back to what they're used for normally in their communities, but also flights departing, removing people who should not be here. The Home Secretary, the Immigration Minister and I will work tirelessly to deliver that for him and for the country.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister talks about fair, yet what he set out is the very opposite of a fair and efficient system. The best way to stop desperate people dying in small boats and the criminal gangs is for the government to promote more safe and legal routes. Why is the government so incapable of doing that effectively? Why can he find 500 new staff for his Albanian scheme, but only 8 people to process the 11,000 asylum applications from Afghanistan, which means that, contrary to what the Secretary of State suggested in this chamber barely an hour ago, it is the case that there have been 0 Afghans resettled from Afghanistan under the ACRS Pathway 3 since January?
Mr. Speaker, we've in fact settled over 23,000 people from Afghanistan safely in this country. She talks about safe and legal routes. We actually issued in the last year more humanitarian visas than in any other year since the Second World War. That is the strength and depth of our compassion. That's what we will always do. But we can't have that compassion and generosity exploited by people who break the rules. There's nothing fair about that, and it does nothing to help the people that we really need to target, and that's what we will do.
David Simmons.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I commend the Prime Minister on the approach that he's outlined today and ask him two questions. Firstly, are there plans to examine the processes which other European Convention of Human Rights states use, which enable them to be so much more robust in the way that they deal with these issues within the law? And secondly, will he commit to working with those other countries to develop safe and legal routes so together we can ensure that this robust approach applies in the same way as it does in those other countries in the United Kingdom?
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend. It's an excellent question, and the answer simply is yes. That is what we have done over the past few weeks, and that's what we will continue to do. And our Albania deal builds on exactly that learning. But where we can learn from other countries about how to do this faster and better with a higher rejection rate, that's exactly what we want to achieve. With his support, I know we can do it.
Alison McGovern.
Speaker, I'm a bit worried because whilst the Prime Minister might be okay with his cheerleaders in here, I think that he's out of touch because the British public do know, Madam Deputy Speaker, who has been in charge for the past 12 years. So as a matter of accountability, can I ask the Prime Minister which of the decisions it is that he would point to whilst he was sat around the cabinet table that means that the backlog is now 14 times as big as it was when Labour left office?
Mr. Speaker, difficult as the backlog is half the size that it was when Labour were in office. So she needs to get her numbers right. As she talks about the British people, I tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, what the British people want is an asylum system that says when you come here illegally, you cannot stay here. Because that's not right, it's not fair, and if she wants to be on the side of the British people, she should back on new legislation.
Kelly Tolhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank my right honourable friend for the measures that he's outlined today, and particularly thank him for his personal determination to find practical solutions to a very real problem. But can I ask my right honourable friend that in my constituency, the Home Office with Clear Springs, their contractor, have identified a disused building in my constituency to use for dispersal accommodation. Whilst I very much welcome the move from hotels to more permanent accommodation, will my right honourable friend make sure that the concerns and worries are listened to, that the Home Office listen to the local authority, the police and public health, and make sure that we are deciding on locations that are appropriate and suitable?
I'm really happy to hear from my honourable friend, and this is an issue which she has rightly long championed, and I know she has spoken to the Immigration Minister about her concerns in her local area. I thank her for her constructive attitude in working with us, but she's absolutely right. We will sit and listen to her and her local authority about what's appropriate and deliver sensible solutions.
Ronnie Cowan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because the existing system has failed so miserably with asylum seekers in hotels throughout the United Kingdom, I shall once again be meeting with asylum seekers in my constituency prior to Christmas. Prime Minister, decanting them to disused holiday parks, former student halls and surplus military sites does not solve the problem. When can I tell them that they will be allowed to sit down with an official from the Home Office so they can start their legal process of immigration?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman is right. What will solve the problem is stopping people coming here illegally in the first place. That's how we'll solve the hotel problem. That's what our new legislation will deliver, and I hope that he will support it.
Philip Hollowbone.
warmly welcome the Prime Minister's action plan to tackle the problem of small boat crossings and thank him for being true to his word in prioritising this issue. The big issue in Kettering is that the Royal Hotel, which is slap bang in the middle of the town, has been designated as an asylum hotel. It's one of the most completely inappropriate settings you could imagine. Will the Prime Minister reassure my constituents in Kettering that the plan he's announced today will be the quickest way to end the use of such hotel accommodation?
I thank my honourable friend, and he's absolutely right to stand up for his constituents, but he's also absolutely right to highlight that our approach is the best way to relieve the pressure on local services, including the use of hotels, so that we can return them back to their everyday use. And the way we will do that fastest is by providing alternative sites that we're working on, but also stopping the flow of small boats, and that's what our plan will deliver.
Alex Cunningham.
West Madam Speaker, we've many thousands of asylum seekers across Tayside. I'm personally very proud of how welcoming our communities can be. But my team in Stockton, they're working with many of these asylum seekers, and they've waited years and years and years for their asylum applications to be processed. And they're waited in despair and fear. All they want is a decision. How many of them can expect one in the next few months?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Home Secretary and I want to see exactly the same thing. That's why with our new plan we will cut the initial asylum backlog by the end of next year. People should get swift processing, but in order to deliver that sustainably we need to reduce the pressure on the system, and that means stopping the flow of new illegal migrants coming here.
Laura Farris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is absolutely right that there is alignment with our main European counterparts in how we deal with asylum claims from safe countries, and so I congratulate my right honourable friend on the agreement with Albania. Given the automatic return principle that will apply to arrivals from Albania, there will be an incentive to try and conceal their true country of origin on arrival. We already know that that is a problem with the Channel crossings, with people dispensing of their ID documents mid-crossing, often at the direction of the people smugglers. So, in anticipation of this issue, can my right honourable friend reassure the House that there will be a sufficiently robust evidential threshold that will prevent people from falsifying their...
Prime Minister.
That's an excellent suggestion from my honourable friend, and I thank her for it. I'll also just give her the reassurance that for the first time we will have British officials stationed in Albania, particularly at Tirana Airport, and Albanian officials here in the UK in order to deal with the problem that she identified, and I'm confident that that joint working will help us deliver the solution that we want.
Alison Thulis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. His statement today could not be more out of touch with the people that come to my surgeries week in, week out, and I have the highest immigration caseload in Scotland. So can he tell me why Mr H has been waiting now a year past August for his family reunion? He's from Afghanistan. Or Mr A has been waiting to see his family as well. Why these men come to my surgeries in tears because they cannot get reunited with their families. His safe and legal routes, the truth is, are just not working. And for those that don't even have the misfortune to be from Afghanistan, if they're from other countries, there is no legal route. That's why so many people are coming here in boats. That is the truth of the situation. And will he accept that it is unreasonable to make people wait as long as he is, in absolute misery, waiting for a decision that just isn't coming?
Well, Mr Speaker, I don't want people to wait, and that's why we need to stop the flow of illegal migrants coming here, because they put unsustainable pressure on the system and mean that we cannot process for her constituents and others as quickly as we would like to. But with the new plan we've put in place, we will be able to, and once we pass new legislation to stop the flow of small boats, we will, of course, have far less pressure on the system and be able to get people the decisions they need.
Alan Cairns.
I warmly welcome the Prime Minister's statement. It will answer many of the concerns expressed to me by constituents in Barry and across the Vale of Glamorgan. And not only is it the comprehensive nature, but also the detailed approach that my right honourable friend is taking, practical steps in order to resolve this problem. But in spite of the calls opposite, does my right honourable friend recognise that this is a dynamic environment that will constantly evolve and change? And will he remain open-minded to extending the regulations and tightening the regulations where necessary to respond to the ingenuity and innovation shown by some of these people traffickers?
My right honourable friend makes an excellent point, and we need to remain dynamic and nimble to the new challenges we face. I said this won't be an easy problem to fix. It won't be one that we can do overnight, but I am confident that if we apply ourselves in the way that I've set out, we will be able to stop the flow of illegal migrants over time, and I welcome his support in doing that.
Patrick Grady.
Deputy Speaker, how much of what the Prime Minister is announcing today is going to be paid for out of the aid budget?
Mr. Speaker, actually, under the DAC OECD rules, the first year of resettlement costs for asylum seekers is actually covered by international agreements on aid. The Chancellor has provided extra funding to deal with some of the pressures that we're seeing as a result of the 150,000 Ukrainians that are here, and we remain one of the largest spenders on international development anywhere in the world, and that's something that we can all be very proud of.
Jack Brereton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I very much welcome what the Prime Minister has announced today, and as he knows, Stoke-on-Trent has taken more than our fair share of asylum seekers and refugees. This has put significant pressure on services, on council services, schools, hospitals, and also on the police. So will my right honourable friend look at what more can be done to put in place the money and the financial support to support those services?
And can I thank my honourable friend? He's absolutely right. Can I pay tribute to his local community and the local council in Stoke for what they do? They do go above and beyond to provide support, but he's right, they deserve our support too. I know the Immigration Minister has recently met with the council and will continue to be engaged with him.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Back in the summer, border checks on the land border between Albania and Kosovo were relaxed, so that there was no need for citizens of either state to register at the border when crossing. According to Instat, more than 2.5 million people entered Kosovo from Albania in 2021. When I was travelling between London and Pristina about 20 years ago, I was stopped and questioned by British border staff. Will the government be embedding UK border force staff at Pristina Airport, given that the national and the cultural border between Albania and Kosovo is a porous one?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his suggestion. I'm sure something the Home Secretary will discuss with her counterparts. But his broad point is right. It's right that we have, for the first time now, UK officials in Albania working closely with the Albanian authorities to disrupt the flow of illegal migrants at source, and I'll take his suggestion on board.
Selene Saxby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for his work on this issue, and also take the opportunity to thank the Pickwell Foundation, the volunteers and GPs who are currently looking after those seeking asylum in a hotel badly placed in Ilfracombe. Can my right honourable friend confirm that as he plans to streamline this asylum system, that the single mum and her 8-month-old daughter that on Monday will make a 10-hour round trip to Cardiff to have their biometrics and interview, that items like that will no longer take place as things improve?
Well, can I pay tribute to her local community in Ilfracombe for the support that they're providing? They deserve credit and praise for that. And she's right, we want to have a processing system that is both humane but also swift and effective for people, and that's what our reforms will deliver.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for his statement for what is very clearly a complex and difficult issue, and trying to find the way forward. The Prime Minister has outlined the further steps that can be taken to halt the illegal crossings which are seeing people lose their lives in dreadful winter weather. And that includes working alongside the French Government and port authorities to prevent these trips being commenced. But will the Prime Minister use private companies with expertise, with skills, with high ethical standards? I furnished the Home Secretary with some information in relation to one, those contact details, and who are keen and able to help and assist.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for his contribution. He's right, this is a complex issue. We're happy to look at all different ways that we can make a difference, so I look forward to taking his suggestion on board, and the Home Secretary heard what he said.
Sir Edward Lee.
I was at the Legal Affairs Committee at the Council of Europe, alluded to by the Honourable Lady for Edinburgh South West, and the legal point she makes is entirely right, and it has to be addressed by the government. It's a very serious point. It is possible under present legislation to arrest somebody who lands on our shores and detain them, but under the Nationalities Act actually very few have, because there are not legal routes that these people can take. Now, I'm not in favour of the argument used by the opposition to have more open legal routes, because with 100 million displaced people in the world, it's just a policy that leads nowhere. But we have to address this point. The problem is every time we pass new legislation, it is trumped by human rights lawyers who correctly, under the law, appeal to the Refugee Convention and the Convention of Human Rights and the Human Rights Act. So will my right honourable friend assure me that if this new legislation doesn't work, we will consider a derogation from the Convention on Refugees?
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his excellent question. And what our legislation will deliver is a system whereby if somebody comes here illegally, they will not have the right to stay, and we will be able to remove them to their own country or a safe third country. That's the system of migration that I think he wants to see, his constituents want to see, and that this government will deliver.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I thank the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary and indeed the senior Home officials who I've had follow-up with about the unacceptable process of allocating a hotel in El Shilton. I'm grateful for the changes that we've seen. But in his speech, he talked about the unfair and appalling that we are spending 5.5 million a day on this system. It's unfair to those who are housed there, it's unfair to the communities who see people spending this money, and unfair to the taxpayer. He talked to go on and say he's identified 10,000 spaces. Could he say when those will come forward and people will be moved on out of the hotels?
Well, this is something that my right honourable friend, the Immigration Minister, is working on at pace. We're keen to move as quickly as we can and secure value for money for the taxpayer through these commercial negotiations. But we think most of these sites can be brought on at around half the cost of hotels. That represents a significant saving, and we're keen to deliver it as quickly as possible.
I do want to be able to call everybody, but that does require short questions. Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Living in limbo in a hotel with an uncertain future is extremely stressful, so I do welcome my right honourable friend's plans to get these claims processed as quickly as possible. But processing them is only the first step. He talked about 117,000 claims. Does he have the capacity in the system to ensure that these people, once their claim is successful, are moved into permanent accommodation, and if it's not successful, that they're removed quickly?
My honourable friend's absolutely right. We not only want to process people swiftly, but then have the ability to either integrate them in the community as is required, and we've done brilliantly with some of our other schemes, but then remove them if they no longer should be here, which is why one of the strands of what we're working on is strengthening and tightening up our returns agreements with countries, because that should be a key part of our diplomacy, and we must have the ability to return people to safe countries, and that's something that we will work on next year as well.
Richard Fuller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I welcome the Prime Minister's comprehensive statement today, including his willingness to reform assessment processes. But can I ask him about accountability? When we see so many government processes to improve and achieve a policy outcome, the public don't see the outcome achieved, and they're worried that officials and agencies are not held properly to account to achieve those objectives. So what are his thoughts on this matter in achieving the policy outcomes he's outlined today?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm confident because in the Home Secretary and the Immigration Minister we've got a crack team, and I know that they will work tirelessly with their teams to drive through the reforms that we are announcing today. He's right to hold us account for that. There will be transparent metrics that are published on a quarterly basis already with regard to processing, for example, but people will want to see flights leaving with those being returned to Albania and elsewhere, and people coming out of hotels. That's what we want to deliver next year.
Jane Hunt.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Independent Chief Inspector of the Border Agency found in July 2006 that there was a backlog of between 400,000 and 450,000 cases. On that basis, this announcement is very welcome, and I would like to thank the Prime Minister for taking hold of this issue. Please could I ask when we will see an actual reduction in the number of people in hotels across the country, and what capacity will we have to maintain those who claim asylum and have a valid claim in other facilities rather than hotels across the UK?
Well, I'm keen to deliver, as is the Immigration Minister and Home Secretary, alternative sites as quickly as we can commercially negotiate them and get them up and running. I want to see what she wants to see, which is people moving out of hotels, less pressure on local communities, and that's the type of accommodation we want to deliver.
Richard Graham.
Speaker, I
thank the Prime Minister and the Government for their great progress on this immigration action plan, including particularly progress with both the UNHCR and Albania. He will know that the key to this is in delivery, because what we don't want in Gloucester is for the situation to be as it was in May 2010, when my Labour predecessor not only refused to hand over any casework files at all, but we subsequently found over 4,000 asylum cases, some of whom had been waiting for resolution for over 10 years.
Well, my honourable friend as ever makes a very powerful point, and I agree with him. We need to deliver now. We've got a plan in place. That's what we'll be focused on next year for his constituents and for the country, and I am confident that we can do it.
David Jones.
Deputy Speaker, could I refer my right honourable friend to the point just made by my right honourable friend, the member for Gainsborough? Can he confirm specifically that the legislation to be introduced next year will deal with the impediments set up by the European Convention on Human Rights?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, our legislation will deliver a system whereby if somebody comes here illegally, they will have no right to stay and they will be removed to their own country or a safe third country alternative. I think that is a system that the British people want to see. That is the system that our legislation will deliver.
Scott Benton.
If you enter this country illegally, you should have no right whatsoever to stay here and should be swiftly deported. It really is as simple as that. May I commend the Prime Minister for his bold statement today and looking to legislate to this end. Does he agree with me that starting flights to Rwanda as soon as possible is absolutely integral to delivering this plan?
So my honourable friend put it clearly, succinctly and very well. I completely agree with him, and we are keen to restart those flights as soon as we can. We await the next stage of our legal proceedings, but he should be in no doubt that we remain determined to make that policy work.
Marco Longhi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary for their renewed focus on this really key point that matters a lot, not just to my constituents of Dudley North, but across the country. Could I again address the point that the Right Honourable Member for Gainsborough made, and perhaps be a bit more specific with the question? If his future legislation is indeed scuppered by an intervention by the judiciary or human rights activists, lawyers, will he have the political will to still force it through and implement what he intends to do?
Yeah, well, Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I thank my honourable friend for all the engagement he's had with me and the Home Secretary on this issue. I know how important it is to his constituents, and hopefully he is pleased by the steps we are taking today. But he's right, we need to go further. That's why our new legislation will make it unequivocally clear that those who come here illegally have no right to stay, and his community should be confident that that's what this government will deliver.
Robin Miller.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend for his personal attention to this matter, and I welcome his idea for, or ambition for, a fair and effective system rooted in an understanding that the world has changed since the 1950s. But the devil is in the detail, and on a practical point, dozens of hotels have short-term 3-month contracts with the Home Office to deliver emergency accommodation for asylum seekers right across the UK. My concern is, and my residents' concern is this: will he reassure us, please, that these contracts will not simply be renewed quietly and simply rolled over, but will actually be subject to the same level of scrutiny that is promised on new contracts, including consultation with the MP, the Council and local public services?
My honourable friend makes an excellent point, and I will make sure that the Home Office looks at that properly and does look at these things not with a kind of automaticity which he suggested might happen, but reviews them afresh and make sure that they're still fit for purpose, and I think he makes a good point.
Jenkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, for his significant engagement in recent weeks on this and other issues. For the benefit of my constituents across Workington, can he set out his expected timescales on A, removal of the threat of unsuitable hotel accommodation in Workington being used, and B, flights leaving the ground to Rwanda?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, what I can tell his constituents and community is that we want to deliver on this as soon as practically possible. Our new deal with Albania will take effect in a matter of weeks, so we will be able to swiftly return people back to Albania, those that are already here and any new arrivals. He knows that we're keen to press on with finding new sites as soon as we can commercially negotiate them to take people out of hotels. And of course, with regard to Rwanda, we are waiting for the latest court judgment, but he should be in no doubt that we want to deliver on that policy.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Prime Minister for making this a top priority and look forward to backing the legislation in the new year. But turning to the legislation we've already got, there are significant powers of detention in the Nationality and Borders Act. And will you look again at how we can implement those at the very least for those who are accused of committing heinous crimes, particularly against children?
Yeah, my honourable friend is right. We do have new powers, particularly on the enforcement side. We are very keen to use them to strengthen the deterrent impact, but as he knows, we need to go further, and that's what our new legislation will do.
Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I very warmly welcome my right honourable friend's announcement today. And he's absolutely right. People living in Birmingham and Weybridge want to see fairness in the system which this announcement will deliver. But can I particularly welcome the new returns agreement to Albania? And does he agree with me that solving the Gordian knot here is the importance of having multiple return agreements with multiple countries so that when people's applications are processed and found wanting, they can be returned swiftly?
Yeah.
Prime Minister.
My friend is absolutely right. As a matter of priority, we're looking at those countries where we already, in fact, have returns agreements but are not sufficiently able to send people back. We will renew our diplomatic efforts to make that a priority, but also use visa penalties where appropriate to get the outcomes that we need.
Tom Hunt.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome what the Prime Minister announced today and also his personal attention he's devoted to this. My constituents continue to be concerned about the use of the Nove Hotel in Ipswich, which is on a 12-month contract. I thought it was 6. I was told by the Home Office it was, but it was actually turned out to be 12, but that's by the by. I'm very much welcome the move towards cheaper and more basic accommodation. Could the Prime Minister maybe perhaps indicate to me when my constituents may get a sense of a timescale of when the Nove Hotel can be back in proper use?
Well, I share his and his constituents' frustration that their local hotel, as so many others, are being currently used to house illegal migrants. That's wrong. We want to stop it as quickly as we can. The Immigration Minister is working on alternative sites as fast as possible, but also we want to stop the flow of new illegal migrants so there isn't unsustainable pressure on our local services. That's what he wants, his community wants. That's what we will deliver.
James Grundy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, my local paper, the Lee Journal, wrote about the human misery inflicted on the constituency of Lee by a Balkans OCG that was engaging in people trafficking. But we've heard from some in the opposition today that there is, I quote, no such thing as an illegal asylum seeker. Would you agree that that is sadly not the case and we have to face reality if we are to deal with this issue?
Yeah, my honourable friend makes an excellent and very clear point. The issue today is illegal migration. It has significantly increased in the past couple of years. It's putting unsustainable pressure on our local communities and public services. It must end, and our reforms are a significant step forward in delivering that outcome.
Simon Baines.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having been briefly the Minister for Tackling Illegal Migration this summer, I warmly welcome the Prime Minister's statement. Could he provide more details about how the new Small Boats Operational Command will help to ensure that no small boat can arrive undetected on our shores?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his support of our approach. The new Small Boat Operational Command will bring together our civilian capabilities, our military and the NCA in a more unified way than before, supplement that with new technology, whether it's surveillance, aerial or land-based drones and radar, and in doing all of that we'll be able to maintain an exceptionally high interception rate and increase the level of prosecutions that we're currently seeing, and I know that's something that he will want to see happen.
Jonathan Gunnett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Tork will warmly welcome, albeit cautiously because they want to see delivery on the ground of the Prime Minister's statement. But the mask has slipped, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the Labour Party where they were absent throughout the majority of the statement in their North Islington coffee bars, drinking chai latte and scoffing down quinoa. But it is up to over 1,900 people have now signed a petition called End Serco's Abuse of Stoke-on-Trent because they're too busy taking up our hotels. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister's own constituents have signed the petition in this cause. So will the Prime Minister agree with my constituents and his and end Serco using hotels in Stoke-on-Trent?
Can I thank my honourable friend, but also his local community for the way in which they have approached this problem and the support that they give to people who need refuge. But he's right that we can't exploit that generosity, can't exploit that compassion. It's right that we relieve the pressure on hotels. That's what our plan will deliver. But ultimately what we all want to see, and the people in Stoke-on-Trent want to see, is an end to the boats coming, and that's what this government will deliver.
I thank the Prime Minister. Point of order, Alex Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We seem to have been waiting for many years for the tobacco control plan from the government, a plan to reduce and then eradicate smoking in our communities by 2030. Sadly, despite promises from a series of health ministers, we're still waiting. Now we hear of mixed reports of what the government's plans may be on both funding and the proposal to increase the age at which people can buy tobacco products. Now, many thousands of people continue to die from smoking every year, and many more suffer chronic ill health, and we need action now. Have you had any indication from the government that they plan to publish the tobacco control plan and or make a statement, not just on the 2030 target, but also that policy going forward?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order and for giving me notice of it. I can tell the honourable gentleman that I have had no indication from the government that they intend to make a statement on this subject, but I am very aware that he has a well-occupied Treasury front bench, and I'm sure they will have noted his comments, and I'm sure feed his concerns back. Thank you. Presentation of Bill. Tim Farron.
Coal extraction and use bill.
Second reading what day?
24th of March 23.
24th of March 2023. Thank you. We now move on to the 10-minute rule motion. Zara Sultana.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to extend eligibility for free school meals to all children in state primary schools and for connected purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I secured an opportunity to bring this bill to Parliament, I put out a call asking parents, teachers and anyone else to get in touch with me to explain the difference free school meals for all would make. And although I can't do justice to the strength of feeling conveyed to me in hundreds of emails, messages and letters I was sent, I would like to begin with a snapshot of what I was told. Peter is a teacher in Leeds who recounted a 7-year-old child at his school who burst into tears in front of him, scared that there wasn't any food at home. He told me about a Year 3 pupil who would steal bagels from the breakfast club, putting them in his bag to take home so he had something to eat later. He told me about children who brought packed lunches into school consisting of nothing but a few biscuits or a couple of slices of bread. Another teacher told me of young children who would steal food from shops on the way to school. When caught, they would explain that it was the only way that they would have food and they were too scared to ask for help. My constituent Laura told me how scared she is when her 5-year-old boy gets too old for universal free school meals and doesn't know how she'll pay for packed lunches. People who have received free school meals as children explain to me that they don't know how they would have managed without them, while others explain the shame that they felt, all the bullying they endured, being identified as a free school meal kid. Madam Deputy Speaker, my inbox is flooded with heartbreaking accounts like these. And of course, they are just a tiny example of the pain and anguish experienced when children are denied a decent meal. Today, there are around 4 million children growing up in poverty in Britain, with almost 1 million kids who live in poverty but don't have access to free school meals. That's millions of heart-wrenching accounts, just like those I've described, but won't ever get aired or acknowledged. My bill is a response to this injustice. It's a solution to children crying because they haven't had a decent meal all day, and an answer to kids feeling like they have to steal food just to get by. My bill would extend free school meals to all primary school children, guaranteeing that they get a good, healthy meal each day. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the arguments in its favour are overwhelming. The London Borough of Newham, which self-funds the policy, found that it improved concentration, attainment and behaviour. A government pilot found that free school meals resulted in children being months ahead academically, with children from the poorest background benefiting most of all. And it is no surprise, as one teacher told me, and I quote, "When the day consists of long, hungry hours where a substantial meal is nowhere in sight, who wouldn't struggle to learn and concentrate?" Not only combating educational inequality, it would improve children's health too, with just 1.6% of packed lunches estimated to meet the government's own school food standards of nutrition. It is hardly surprising that when infant free school meals were introduced in 2014 by this government, obesity rates fell as unhealthy packed lunches were replaced with healthy school meals. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the arguments why it must be for all children are equally clear. This existing mean-tested policy, where families' income must be below the horrifyingly low figure of just £7,400, as well as qualifying for certain benefits, not only excludes nearly 500,000 children who are in poverty, but moreover, it entails a complicated application process which creates a barrier for some of the most disadvantaged and marginalised communities. More fundamentally still, Madam Deputy Speaker, means testing separates children, putting labels on them and provoking stigma. That's what pupils who receive free school meals tell me. They felt embarrassed and ashamed. They would be mocked and bullied. We might wish that these things didn't happen, but they do. Earlier today, I was on Good Morning Britain, where the presenter Richard Madeley told me that even in his day, he remembered the stigma kids faced being on free school meals. That stigma is an unavoidable part of means testing, but it doesn't exist in universal provision. Free school meals for all means that all children eat together and learn together, and it avoids the trap of second-rate provision for the poorest, because too often, services just for the poor end up being poor services. Madam Deputy Speaker, the overwhelmingly clear benefits of free school meals for all are why countries from India to Sweden have adopted the policy. It's why the Scottish Government implemented the policy and why the Welsh Government is doing likewise too. Championed by the London Mayor Sadiq Khan, London boroughs from Islington and Newham to Southwark and Tower Hamlets are self-funding this policy, with a new Labour administration in Westminster shortly joining them. But aside from these small pockets in the capital, while children in Scotland and Wales can look forward to free school meals for all, kids in England are denied them. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the members opposite want to ask the question I always get asked when I speak to the media about free school meals for all. How will you pay for it? It's always asked as if it's a gotcha, as if the aim for every child to have a good meal a day was somehow utopian, as if it was an impossible fantasy. And not only is this a strange question to ask after just being told that the policy is a reality in other parts of the UK and across the world, as if children in England were uniquely difficult to feed, it also forgets, as the members opposite of the House are only too pleased for us to forget, that there is immense wealth in this country. There was enough wealth, for example, for the Chancellor to give a tax cut to bankers worth an estimated £18 billion in the autumn statement. And there was so much wealth that the richest 177 people in the country added an extra £55 billion to their fortunes this year, taking their combined wealth to over £650 billion. And just for clarity, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's 65 and 10 zeros. But if the members opposite want a more direct way to fund it, again, an easy answer for you. Private schools. Private schools currently receive a tax break worth £1.7 billion a year, nearly double the cost of this policy. So the question I put to the House is, do we want to protect tax breaks for elite private schools, or do we want to feed hungry kids? This Conservative government is making a choice. They are choosing to protect tax breaks for the wealthy while denying food to hungry kids. Madam Deputy Speaker, free school meals for all was a vital policy before this cost of living crisis, but now it's an even more urgent demand. Families who were forced to choose between heating and eating before are now unable to do either. Parents that were just about coping yesterday cannot cope today. And this winter, a third of all children are predicted to go hungry. 70% of food banks report that they will either need to turn people away or they will have to cut the size of their emergency rations. Soaring food prices and rocketing energy bills have pushed people to the brink. Children are going to bed hungry at home, and they are forced to learn on hungry stomachs at school. Madam Deputy Speaker, let's end this injustice and guarantee every child gets a good, healthy meal each day.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Ian Byrne, Kim Johnson, Sir Stephen Timms, Caroline Lucas, Daisy Cooper, Munira Wilson, Osana Begum, Richard Bergen, Emma Lou Buck, Andy MacDonald, Lloyd Russell Moyle, and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Zara Sultana.
Thank you. Free school meals, primary schools bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 20th of January, 2023.
Friday, the 20th of January, 2023. Thank you. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill, as amended in the Public Bill Committee, to be further considered.
We start with Government's new Clause 48, with which it will be convenient to consider the other new clauses, new schedule and amendments as on the selection paper. I call Minister Lucy Fraser to move Government New Clause 48.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our houses are not just bricks and mortar, they are homes. And those that live around us are not just our neighbours, they are our communities. We all want to live in streets that uplift our spirits, and where our children and their children can afford to live and own their own homes alongside us. As Churchill once said, we shape our buildings, thereafter they shape us. So too, if we empower our communities, they will empower us. We know that we can do more to ensure that when we expand our communities, we do so in the right places, with the right infrastructure, with the support of local people and the support of local representatives. The think tank Demos asked people whether they would prefer to have more of a say over how money is spent in their area, or rather have more money. People were twice as likely to say they would prefer to have more say and less money. Our bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, seeks to provide those opportunities for collaboration and empowerment. It provides more opportunity for more homes that are beautiful, supported by infrastructure, delivered with democracy, which level up across our country. And I want to thank all colleagues for their extensive engagement, highlighting to me, my honourable friend, the member for Kensington, and the Secretary of State, the issues and concerns in their local areas, all representing different and diverse areas across the country, rural and urban, coastal and remote, island and inner city. I'd like to thank in particular my right honourable friend, the member for Chipping Barnet, and my honourable friend, the member for the Isle of Wight, for their constructive contribution to this issue and their unwavering commitment to our planning system and their constituents. I'd also like to thank the honourable member for Ashford, Gosport, Aylesbury, Rushcliffe, Romsey and Southampton North, North Devon and Buckingham, as well as, of course, many members across the House who've contributed significantly to our policy decisions on these issues. It's important that we build homes this country needs, in the places that we need homes most. We have a moral responsibility to get on and build, but there's also a responsibility to our existing communities for us to do this in the right way and with community support.
Minister, give way.
Very happy to give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. My constituents in Rushcliffe are supportive of house building, but what they rightly object to is being forced to build 660% of the national average as they were last year, on greenfield sites often without the infrastructure to match. So could my honourable friend confirm that this bill will give real teeth to our brownfield first policy and also give power back to local people to shape the future of their communities?
Well, I thank the honourable member for Rushcliffe. I was very pleased to discuss these issues with her, and she's absolutely right to say that we must build on brownfield first. That is what local communities want, and not just this bill, but the consultation that we'll be bringing forward on the NPPF will identify how we can encourage local communities to do just that, build on brownfield first, for example, through the incentives through the infrastructure levy, but other measures too. And the way for a community and local representatives to shape their area's future is through the local plan. At the moment, local plans are taking too long. The system is too onerous, and councils feel that their local constraints are not properly taken into account. And the result of that is that fewer than 40% of planning authorities have adopted a plan in the last 5 years as we sit here today. This means that instead of developments being delivered coherently and in collaboration with communities, new houses are being imposed on local people through the successive planning applications. I'm very happy to give way to both members, but I'll just finish this point. And through this bill and the consultation which I've just mentioned on the NPPF, which we intend to launch before Christmas, we will ensure that the needs of the community will be taken into account when the plan is designed. And once the plan is in place, it will provide protection against other unwanted development. I'm very happy to give way.
About local plans. The Select Committee has said that on many occasions. Could I just ask her, though, whether in national terms the government is still committed to the 300,000 figure as a target, an objective, an aspiration, or whatever? And if it is, how is it going to achieve that figure unless the numbers agreed in local plans individually throughout the country add up to that 300,000 figure?
I can confirm that the government is committed to building 300,000 homes, because we do need those homes across the country, and we do also need to ensure that young people can get onto the housing ladder. But as I just identified, what is happening is that communities are not agreeing those local plans with those figures in them, and therefore what they are getting is development where they do not want it through speculative development. What we will see through this is communities coming together with that starting point number, but seeing what works for their communities, and when they engage properly on it, I think we will see that housing coming through. Very happy to give way to the Honourable.
I'm really grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. She knows I'm a passionate campaigner for brownfield first, Madam Deputy Speaker. But when it comes to this point about communities, it's really refreshing to hear the government has taken on board the points about including the communities in that process, making them feel much more involved. And will she, at some point in the future, be giving us further detail on how that process will work and where the opportunities will be for those local communities to feed their views in?
Well, I was very happy to discuss these very issues with my honourable friend, who has written on this issue and I know feels very deeply about it, particularly on the issues of brownfield land and development. So we will be ensuring that people will be building what their local community wants through, for example, not just their local plan, but also the mandatory design code, so that local areas will have a design code so that when building does come through, it comes through in the manner and design that local communities want. Very happy to give way.
Really grateful to the lady for giving way, and she will know that from the time I was the Show Housing Minister 15, 20 years ago, through the Building Beautiful Commission and now the Office of Place, I've emphasised exactly what she's just described. Too often in the modern age, development has been out of scale after keeping the existing built environment. So will she ensure that local authorities are fully informed of their ability to turn down an application for housing purely on design and scale terms?
Well, I do know that the Right Honourable Member is very interested in these issues and is very conscious of beauty and the importance for us to maintain that. And of course, local authorities will be able to take their local decisions on those matters that concern them. Very happy to give the honourable.
I'm very grateful for the Minister giving way, and I'm very pleased to hear what she's saying about improving the efficiency of the process. She will know that I have an amendment down 75 that talks about the fact that the guards are down for local authorities when their local plan is in abeyance. This was brought into sharp relief in the village of Harold, and it was only thanks to local councillor Alison Field-Foster and local parish council they could stop that. Is what she is saying today going to close that gap to make my amendment unnecessary, or will there still be a liability for local authorities under her plan?
I've studied carefully my honourable friend's amendments, all on very interesting points. There won't be, we don't think that I need to bring forward those amendments because there are provisions in the bill to ensure that local communities can make decisions in order to protect their local communities. I'm going to give way to my
grateful to the Minister. Can she just remind the House how the government will stop in future developers gaming a local plan and getting permissions that are not within the local plan under some silly rule?
Well, this bill and the proposals that we are bringing forward through the revised NPPF will, we think, do exactly that. Because what we're having at the moment is in 60% of areas, building in areas through speculative development, not where communities want it. And what we want to do is streamline the local plan process, get those plans in place where communities want it, and then we can start and continue to build. I'm going to make a little bit of progress, but I'm very happy to take the honourable member shortly. So, in setting the principles for a local plan, we intend to retain a method for calculating local housing need figures, but these will be an advisory starting point. We propose that it will be up to local authorities working with their communities to determine how many homes can actually be built, and they will take into account considerations such as green belt, the existence of a national park or coast. Building densities should not be significantly out of character with an area. And we also propose making changes to the rolling 5-year land supply, ending this obligation where a plan's strategic housing policies are up to date. Communities will have a powerful incentive to get involved in their local plans. I'm very happy to give way to my honour.
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and it's very good to hear what she is outlining at the dispatch box. However, could I just pick up on the point where, as a constituency like mine, where we have a very high housing target, which is obviously forcing a closure of a working port, could she outline maybe how those options that she's just discussed would help a constituency like mine keep a working dots rather than the development of high-rise flats?
Well, I'm very pleased. I know that the honourable member is an absolute champion for her area and recognise that her area is one where there's been significant building. I can't comment on any particular local plans, but of course an area must consider all things that are needed for that local area to thrive, and that includes houses as well as employment facilities. I'm very happy to give way to my right honourable.
Can I thank the Minister for the words that she's giving at the dispatch box? It's incredibly helpful. There aren't many constituencies like mine in Basingstoke that have built 150,000 houses in the last 5 decades. Can the Minister perhaps give me some comfort at the dispatch box that that high level of delivery can in future be taken into account when future house building needs are decided upon? Because at the moment we're having to build 1,400 houses a year, which is just not sustainable, and not least of which for the NHS.
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Member, and I was very pleased to talk to her about her concerns, because I know that she is also a huge advocate for her, and this is a matter that concerns her greatly. And I can give her that comfort that we do think that it should be taken into account where areas have already over-delivered in their area. They've already taken significant housing. That should be taken into account when putting together the local plan. I'm very happy to give way.
To the point the member for Worcester made, when developers come and build accommodation, luxury flats often that local communities cannot afford, that doesn't add to anything to the housing numbers that need to be delivered. How will her bill address that issue?
Well, we are taking a variety of measures and are emphasising the importance of variety, not just in the types of houses, the types of accommodations provided, but variety in building too, because that's how we get more housing supply, because we have more uptake for that. And what we are also committed to, the Honourable Member will know, is more affordable homes and our £11.5 billion fund to ensure that we get those homes built. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this isn't a bill that just respects communities, but also the environment. And central to our reforms will be a new system for assessing the impact of development upon the environment, a system that replaces the bureaucratic maze that we inherited from the EU. We'll be replacing it with a system that is just as protective, but is outcomes-based, not systems-driven. Madam Deputy Speaker, clearly we will not achieve through this bill every member's, every councillor's, every constituent's perfect planning system, when we all live in diverse areas and they have conflicting needs and interests. But I hope that the amendments that we have tabled today will go even further to improving our planning system. I'm going to take them in 5 categories, but before I do, I'm very happy to give way to my honourable.
Very grateful indeed. My right honourable friend will know that a town like Warrington, a new town that has seen thousands and thousands and thousands of homes built in my constituency over the last 50 years, is currently in the process of agreeing its local plan. In fact, just last week, the local plan inquiry finished. I'm very pleased to hear many of the suggestions being talked about here today that will go into law. Can you just confirm, though, that there will be a period where local plans are paused before they're agreed and adopted? Because many of the things that my right honourable friend is talking about are so fundamental to making the changes that we need to see in local plans. Yeah.
Well, I can give a confirmation that there will be some transitional provisions which will either enable local councils who want to proceed with the plan that they are currently about to adopt, they can do that. But also, if they want to reflect, there will be an opportunity to do that as well, because we do believe that we are improving the system through the measures that we have set out. Very happy to give way to Matt.
Grateful to her for giving way. Does she accept that we also need to level up access to green space and nature? And right now, the distribution of that green space is very unequal, and many people on the lowest income simply don't have access to green space at all. Will she look at my amendment, New Clause 13, and look at, again at the whole issue of ensuring that there's more of a right of access to good green space?
Well, as I mentioned just now, this bill is not just about building, it is also about protecting the environment. And we do have a number of measures in this bill which also ensure that we protect our natural spaces, 30% of our nature, and we have a local nature recovery strategies which are due to begin across England as soon as possible, much of which was committed to in the Environment Act. I'm very happy to give way.
Thank you very much indeed. Would you agree that following the talks between ministers and the Right Honourable Lady from Chipping Barnet and myself, we should have reached a compromise, which means we're going to have a much more community-led, environmentally friendly and regenerative housing policy. However, as she can hear, there is still considerable concern to make sure that we deliver the substance of these things as well as simply the words around it. And will that be reflected in the NPPF?
Well, I'd like to reiterate my thanks to the Honourable Member for the Isle of Wight, who worked so hard with my right honourable friend, the member for Chipping Barnet, to make sure that we get our planning system right. On behalf of and with so many colleagues that are sitting on our benches today, and I can assure my honourable friend that we in the Department for Levelling Up, me and the Secretary of State, believe we have come to a better solution. We are committed to delivering it, and I'm sure he and other members across this House will see the policy that we propose and bring forward in the NPPF, which we will do so before Christmas. I'd like to make a little bit of progress because I'd like to address the government amendments that we are putting forward, and I'm going to address those in 5 categories. First, we're making it easier for people to develop where they want to develop, where it delivers the best gain to the community and it ensures that planned for development actually happens. And I'm going to highlight 5 measures in this first category. For amendments new clause 49 to 59, we will pilot community land auctions. These will seek to increase the supply of land and aim to capture more land value more effectively to the benefit of the local community. Planning permission won't be granted automatically on sites that have been allocated in the local plan through the auction process. Through amendments new clause 60 and 69, we are allowing for street votes that enable residents to come together and propose additional development on their streets in line with their preferences and subject to meeting prescribed requirements, vote on whether it should be given permission. And in bringing forward this amendment, I'd like to acknowledge the work of my honourable friend, the member for Weston-super-Mare and Policy Exchange, for their report on strong suburbs. We are making it easier for people to access suitable plots to build their own homes, building on the immense work of my honourable friend, the member for South Norfolk. We recognise the importance of self and custom build, and our amendment new clause 68 clarifies the duty upon authorities to provide for plots for such homes in their planning decisions. We will also seek to reduce barriers to smaller scale development, which communities can easily get behind. And I know that this is an area that my honourable friend, the member for Northampton South, has worked significantly on. And I can confirm that it is our intention to consult on changing national policy to encourage greater use of small sites, especially those that will deliver higher levels of affordable housing. And importantly, we are ensuring that when permissions are given, developments can quickly be built out. Amendments new clause 48 and new clause 67 deal with this issue. Members across this House have been concerned about the rate at which development occurs once planning permission has been granted. And it's wrong for developers to simply sit on planning permissions, because this increases the number of permissions that have to be granted and risks overdevelopment. Our bill introduces further steps to tackle this issue, including a requirement for developers to report upon the rate at which they build and allow authorities to deny permission for further development on the same sites where the developers have failed to build out. All these measures, Madam Deputy Speaker, will encourage development where people want it and where they have agreed to have it. I'm very happy to give way.
She looked at the amendment I put down to her suggestion. Now, by the way, I do agree with her suggestion about making sure that builders build out at the required rate. That some builders build out, but build out ignoring the conditions for the planning permission that have been put on them. Got a really bad case in my constituency of Avant homes. Don't connect with local people, put mud all over the roads, put silt in the local brook, all that sort of thing. Could she accept that local councils should be entitled to take account of failures to observe conditions when looking at future planning applications?
Looking at this issue very carefully, we are going to consult on further measures that we might be able to bring forward, and I can assure the honourable gentleman that where there are reasonable avenues that we can explore, we will look very closely at them. Very happy to.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for giving way on that point, and I just want to build further on that previous intervention with regards to building out, because in my constituency, many of those who have built out and built houses have not done to the quality of that we would require, leaving many residents having to seek significant remedial works. Yet my local authority is not allowed to take that into account when giving future permissions. Could she perhaps look at consulting on that? Because surely we should be encouraging quality over quantity.
Very happy to discuss that issue with her Further, as I mentioned, we are very concerned about build-out to increase the number of homes, but quality, I know, is an issue that the Secretary of State feels very strongly about. The second set of measures that we are bringing forward by way of amendment relate to infrastructure, because simply you can't have houses without services to support them. And through this bill, we will be replacing the existing system with an infrastructure levy, a non-negotiable liability for the developer based on the value of the development. Our plan is to implement the levy in stages so we can adapt it according to the latest data and the latest evidence. Thirdly, we are protecting the environment. On top of our environmental assessment reforms amendments, New Clause 77 to 79 will support the government's efforts to protect and enhance our natural environment. We are creating an obligation on water companies to go further to address nutrient pollution and clean up our rivers. This will unlock thousands of new homes, complemented by new wetland and woodland areas, improving people's access to green space and delivering new habitats for nature. I'm very grateful for the Environment Minister's support on this issue and the Secretary of State for DEFRA for working with us so closely to achieve these ends. Fourthly, we are recognising that some particular areas, for example Devon and Cornwall, have particular problems with short-term lets, which, whilst attractive as a tourist industry, means that large parts of an area have limited long-term residents, creating a real problem for local services. I'm really grateful to a number of colleagues for highlighting and campaigning on this issue. And I'd like to thank my honourable friends, the members for North Devon, cities of London and Westminster, Totnes, Truro and Falmouth, North Cornwall and St Austell and Newquay and others for the work that they have done. And as a result of the points they have raised, we intend to deliver a new registration scheme for short-term lets, starting with a further consultation on the exact design of the scheme that will launch before the summer recess. And we will go even further. We will also consult on a change of use to the use classes order to enable local areas to better control changes of use to short-term lets if they wish. Furthermore, this consultation on changes to use classes and the introduction of a national permitted development rights to enable change of use where there is no local issue will be launched early next year. I'm very happy to give way to the honourable member.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for taking the intervention and also for the time she gave me last week to discuss this matter. Can I ask her just to clarify, is it now the government intention to make short-term lets a separate category of planning use following the consultation? If so, when would that come in? And will she also make sure that planning departments have the resources to enforce that?
Well, as I just said, I'm very grateful to speaking to the honourable member about this issue and indeed other issues in the past on this topic. What we are committing to do is consulting on this issue, and we propose to consult on that early in the new year. And following that consultation, of course, we hope to bring in some legislation if that is the result of that consultation. There's a very tight timetable both for this and the registration scheme, and the registration scheme will be coming through in the autumn of this year. I'm very happy to give way, yes.
Could the Minister explain why she isn't bringing in a licensing scheme which would enable local authorities to have the ability to determine areas where they could exclude the expansion of Airbnbs, or indeed could control those licences where that was appropriate to do so?
What we are bringing through is what I think is a very important first step to identify where people do have short-term lets across the country, where there are local issues. And indeed, we know that there are issues in some local areas, but not others. What we want to do is establish where those are and where they are causing issues for the local communities, so that we can make evidence-based policy in order to bring forward action to ensure that those communities
The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. This hearing is entitled Investigating the Collapse of FTX, Part 1. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to give an opening statement. First, I'd like to welcome Mr. John Ray III, who has been appointed CEO of FTX to oversee its bankruptcy, to testify before our committee for the first part of our investigation into the fall of FTX. I am hopeful that the arrest of Mr. Bankman-Fried, the founder and former CEO of FTX, means he will be held accountable for the fraud he has committed and the harm he has caused. He was scheduled to testify under oath before this committee today. Unfortunately, the timing of his arrest denies the public the opportunity to get the answers they deserve. Rest assured that this committee will not stop until we uncover the full truth behind the collapse of FTX. Just a few months ago, FTX was one of the largest cryptocurrency exchanges in the world, with a valuation of $32 billion in just 3 years since its founding. Today, FTX is bankrupt and possibly looted. FTX misused an approximately $10 billion in customer funds and owes creditors at least $3 billion. Today, as many as 1 million people, many of whom are here in the United States, are locked out of their FTX accounts and may recover only a fraction of their hard-earned investments, if any at all. But this failure is not just noteworthy for its size, but for the company's total disregard for standard business practices, governance, risk management, and criminal conduct. Mr. Ray, who also oversaw one of the largest corporate bankruptcies in United States history, Enron, declared that he had never in his career seen such, and I quote, complete failure of corporate controls and such a complete absence of trustworthy financial information as occurred here, end of quote. I'm so deeply troubled to learn how common it was for Bankman-Fried and FTX employees to steal from the cookie jar of customer funds to finance their lavish lifestyles. Today, this committee will dig deeper into Mr. Ray's findings with the hopes of piecing together the events that led to the collapse of FTX and the subsequent harm to millions of customers who put their trust in the platform. We will also look at FTX's deep ties with Alameda, a crypto hedge fund predominantly owned by Bankman-Fried that gambled away billions of dollars in customer assets that were inappropriately transferred from FTX. And importantly, we will hear how Mr. Ray and his team are trying to recover funds for customers by piecing together Bankman-Fried's broken record-keeping and by identifying potentially unlawful transfers to himself as well as his friends and family. Under my leadership over the past 4 years, this committee has closely focused on the growth and popularity of crypto precisely because of the many concerns that the failure of FTX has highlighted. Last year, I created a digital assets working group comprised of Democratic members of the committee with the goal of learning more about the underlying technologies, applications for finance, and the risk they pose to customers, consumers, and the economy. When the President's Working Group on Financial Markets urged Congress to safeguard the economy from stablecoin risk, I and Ranking Member McHenry jumped into action and continued to work on a bill with the members of this committee. The ongoing failures of crypto firms like Terra USD, Celsius, BlockFi, and most significantly, FTX and Alameda Research only serves to strengthen the importance for Congress and the public to understand the harm caused to customers, what laws have been broken or flaunted, and how Congress and the regulators can prevent this from happening again. I want to say that I'm pleased that the committee's efforts have pushed enforcement agencies across the country to take greater action against bad actors who misuse customers' funds. I also applaud the SEC for authorizing separate charges relating to Mr. Bankman-Fried, and I look forward to additional actions to hold him accountable and make customers more whole again. I yield back. And I now recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've heard everything but the truth. Tweets, DMs, and interviews are no substitute for the facts. And that's why Chairwoman Waters and I worked together to get this hearing on the books, the first bipartisan hearing of this committee in the last 4 years. And we've worked together to invite 2 witnesses. One, Mr. Ray, is proven to be a reliable witness. The second, well, frankly, I look forward to getting his lies here on the record under oath. Nevertheless, the arrest of Sam Bankman-Fried is welcome news. But it still does not get at the bottom of what happened at FTX and why it happened and who else may be responsible. We need to understand the flow of funds between FTX and Alameda Research and the 130 related entities. We need to examine the actions of those who may have contributed to what has been called a, quote, complete failure of corporate controls, end quote. That quote comes from Mr. Ray, the newly appointed CEO. And we need answers for the U.S. platform customers stuck in limbo. But our work here, our work doesn't stop there. We have an obligation to do everything in our power to ensure this never happens again. But let's face it, there's an old saying, there's nothing new under the sun. And it's safe to assume that fraud and fraudsters have been around just as long as that phrase has been around. Bankman-Fried's play is nothing new. We've seen it before. In the late 1800s, when the Union Pacific purposefully inflated the price of railroad construction to line its executive pockets. Or in the 1900s, when the con man George C. Parker was arrested for illegally, quote-unquote, selling the Brooklyn Bridge, Madison Square Garden, and the Statue of Liberty. And in the 2000s, when it was revealed Enron engaged in a massive corporate fraud and corruption, sending shockwaves throughout the business world. There are many comparisons you can draw between each one of these pretenders and the alleged actions of Mr. Bankman-Fried. It appears to be the same old-school fraud, just using new technology. But it's important to note, and I think it's very important to note, we still use railroads, we still buy and sell real estate, and we still rely on businesses to provide services. We have to separate out the bad actions of an individual from the good created by an industry and an innovation. So let me be clear. I believe in the promise of digital assets and those around the world building on blockchain technologies. And that's why I've worked and will continue to work to provide clear rules of the road for the digital asset ecosystem here in the United States. And that's how we protect American consumers and investors in this marketplace and allow innovation to occur here in the United States. I'll finish with this. We know the Securities Exchange Commission Chair Gensler's regulation by enforcement approach is not going to stop bad actors. Next year, I look forward to hearing from Mr. Gensler early and often. And we'll hear from him on how we can provide clarity on the application of our securities laws to trading platforms, which he has failed to do. The Financial Services Committee has an important role to play in this fact-finding mission, which we will start today and continue as we work towards a legislative outcome to prevent this from happening again. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
I want to welcome our witness for this hearing, John J. Ray III, who is the Chief Executive Officer of XTX Group, Without objection, your written statement will be made part of the record. You will have 5 minutes to present your oral testimony. You should be able to see a timer that will indicate how much time you have left. I would ask you to be mindful of the timer so that we can be respectful of everyone's time. Mr. Ray, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for your invitation to appear today. I truly appreciate your interest in this matter, and I hope my testimony can be helpful to you as the committee continues its inquiry into the collapse of FTX and the efforts that are underway to help those who have been harmed. I accepted the position of Chief Executive Officer of FTX in the early morning hours of November 11. Immediately it became clear to me that Chapter 11 was the best course available to preserve any remaining value of FTX. Therefore, my first act as CEO was to authorize the Chapter 11 filings. I've implemented a 5-part bankruptcy plan, which is detailed in my written statement. Our overarching objective is to maximize value for FTX customers and creditors so that we can mitigate to the greatest extent possible the harm suffered by so many. The FTX Group's collapse appears to stem from absolute concentration of control in the hands of a small group of grossly inexperienced and unsophisticated individuals who failed to implement virtually any of the systems or controls that are necessary for a company entrusted with other people's money or assets. Some of the unacceptable management practices have identified so far include the use of computer infrastructure that gave individuals in senior management access to systems that stored customer assets without security controls to prevent them from redirecting those assets. The storing of certain private keys to access hundreds of millions of dollars in crypto assets without effective security controls or encryption. The ability of Alameda to borrow funds held at FTX.com to be utilized for its own trading or investments without any effective limits whatsoever. The commingling of assets, the lack of complete documentation for transactions involving nearly 500 separate investments made with FTX Group funds and assets, in the absence of audited or reliable financial statements, the lack of personnel in financial and risk management functions, and the absence of independent governance throughout the FTX Group. A fundamental challenge we face is that we're in many respects starting from near zero in terms of the corporate infrastructure and record keeping that one would expect in a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Still, in just over 4 weeks, we've instituted meaningful steps to gain command and control, and every week we gain a better understanding of what occurred and the path forward, all of which will be shared with interested parties and affected parties throughout the Chapter 11 processes. The scope of our investigation is truly enormous. It involves detailed tracing of money flows and asset transfers from the time of FTX's founding and complex technological efforts to identify and trace crypto assets. We are in the process of collecting and reviewing dozens of terabytes of documents and data, including billions of individual transactions. And we're leveraging sophisticated technology and expertise to identify and trace additional transactions and assets. While many things are unknown at this stage, we're at a very preliminary stage, many questions remain. We know the following. First, customer assets at FTX.com were commingled with assets from the Alameda trading platform. That much is clear. Second, Alameda used client funds to engage in margin trading, which exposed customer funds to massive losses. Third, the FTX Group went on a spending binge in 2021 and 2022, during which $5 billion was spent on a myriad of businesses and investments, many of which may only be worth a fraction of what was paid for them. Fourth, loans and other payments were made to insiders in excess of $1.5 billion. Fifth, Alameda's business model as a market maker required funds to be deployed to various third-party exchanges, which were inherently unsafe and further exacerbated by the limited protections offered in certain of those foreign jurisdictions. I know that resolution of the Chapter 11 process, as well as the investigation into the causes of the FTX Group's collapse, are of keen interest to this committee and to your constituents. Although, there are many who need and deserve answers. There's customers, there's creditors, there's investors, counterparties, employees, and regulators. We're positioning ourselves to provide each of these constituents with answers that they deserve. Although a bankruptcy proceeding of this unprecedented nature will take some time to run its course, I'm committed to working as quickly as possible to investigate what happened, formulate conclusions, and hopefully inform the committee's work here. I should note that my ability to comment on certain of the matters today will be inherently limited by the state of FTX's records, ongoing bankruptcy proceedings, and of course the numerous ongoing investigations by the U.S. law enforcement regulators. I look forward to answering your questions to the best of my ability. Thank you again for allowing me to present in front of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ray, it has been widely reported how FTX shifted customer funds held at the exchange to Alameda Research, which was a hedge fund owned almost entirely by Mr. Bankman-Fried. This allowed the firm to effectively gamble with customer money without their knowledge or consent. If FTX was registered as a securities exchange, several laws would have required the segregation of customer assets and prevented such clear conflicts of interest. Mr. Bankman-Fried also appears to have tried to hide the linkages between the exchange and his hedge fund. Have you seen evidence of such a cover-up? Have you seen evidence that there was any independent governance of Alameda separate and apart from that of the exchange?
The operations of the XTF group were not segregated. It was really operated as one company. As a result, there's no distinction virtually between the operations of the company and who controlled those operations.
Well, Mr. Ray, another bankruptcy filing revealed that Mr. Bankman-Fried personally received a $1 billion loan from Alameda Research. In a meeting with committee staff, Mr. Bankman-Fried was unaware of the terms of the repayment, interest details, and could not confidently state who authorized the loan. He claimed that he reinvested this money into the exchange, but knowingly chose to have the loan issued to him rather than FTX to avoid directly connecting Alameda Research to FTX. Can you elaborate on any significant findings in connection with this loan?
The loans that were given to Mr. Bankman-Fried were not just one loan, it was numerous loans, some of which were documented by individual promissory notes. There's no description of what the purpose of the loan was. In one instance, he signed both as the issuer of the loan as well as the recipient of the loan. But we have no information at this time as to what the purpose or the use of those funds were, and that is part of our investigation.
Did you find any business or operational activities that the entities jointly engaged in that you would consider inappropriate or detrimental to FTX? If so, could you give us an example?
Certainly, thank you. The operation of Alameda really depended, based on the way it was operated, for the use of customer funds. That's the major breakdown here. Funds from FTX.com, which was the exchange for non-U.S. citizens. Those funds were used at Alameda to make investments and other disbursements.
Did FTX have sufficient risk management systems and controls to appropriately monitor any leverage the business took on and the interconnections it had with businesses like, again, Alameda?
There were virtually no internal controls and no separateness whatsoever.
With that, I'm going to call on the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, who is the ranking member of the committee. You are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ray, thank you for your testimony. We had your predecessor, Mr. Sam Bankman-Fried, before this committee a year ago. And given where we are, can we just start from the beginning? You have in your declarations some clear outlines, but I want to make sure we have this in the record. There are different groups of businesses under the FTX platform or umbrella. Your declarations separate the businesses into 4 silos. We described that.
Yes, for structural purposes and just for ease of presentation, we tried to take the over 100 entities and we put those in 4 silos. To demystify that, it's very simple. There was a U.S. silo, which was the FTX U.S. exchange for U.S. Investors. There was an international exchange called FTX.com, again for non-U.S. persons that invested in crypto. There was Alameda, which is purely a crypto hedge fund, which made other investments, venture capital type investments. Then there's a 4th entity, which was purely investments, and although our investigation is not complete, those investments were most likely made with either Alameda money or money that originally came from FTX.com. But that 4th silo is just purely investments.
And who owned those 4 silos?
All those entities were, owned or controlled by Sam Bankman-Fried.
Okay. And so can you describe the differences between the FTX.com and FTX US silos?
Yes. Very simply, FTX US was for US citizens who wanted to trade crypto. FTX.com was for, U.S. citizens were not allowed to trade on that exchange. That's very simple. And I would make one other comment, which is separate and apart from any of those 2 silos. It was Ledger X, which is a regulated entity regulated by the CFTC, solvent and separate from the FTX U.S. silo.
Okay, and that is a distinct silo. That's a distinct company.
That is a distinct company within the U.S. silo, yes.
Okay, so then Alameda Research and the venture capital businesses, what did Alameda Research do?
Essentially made crypto investments, engaged in margin trading, took long and short positions in crypto, essentially invested in crypto. But of course, we now know also invested in over $5 billion of other assets, which are in a variety of sectors.
And what was the practice between Alameda Research and FTX.com? Do you have you established anything you can disclose to us today?
In essence, Alameda was a user, effectively a customer of FTX.com. That's how it was essentially structured.
Was that a distinct set of capital between those 2 companies?
Well, we now know the answer to that is no.
No. Okay. And with the information you have right now, when approximately did FTX begin to experience financial trouble?
Well, it was first disclosed to the public beginning around November 2nd. But when this began was months, if not earlier years. Our investigation is continuing. But this is not something that happened overnight or in the context of a week.
Okay. So you had the distinction between FTX US, FTX.com, Alameda Research. What was the relationship between FTX.com and FTX US? Was there a distinction between the 2?
There was a public distinction between the 2. What we're seeing, though, is that the crypto assets for both FTX.com and for FTX US, were housed in the same database. It's called the AWS system, which is just an acronym for Amazon Web Services. It was all housed in the same web format.
And is that distinct from Alameda's assets?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So in your testimony, you said that there is, quote, an absence of independent governance throughout the FTX group, end quote. Yet Mr. Bankman-Fried has said that, quote, he wasn't running Alameda or making decisions on the Alameda side, end quote. Is this an accurate statement by Mr. I assume you're going to say your statement's accurate. Is Mr. Bankman-Fried's statement accurate?
I don't know the basis for his comment. I will note that he owned 90% of Alameda.
So, but you've seen no distinction in governance between the two?
Oh, absolutely not. There's no distinction whatsoever. The owners of the company could really run free rein across all four silos.
Thank you for testimony.
The gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Velasquez, who is also the chair of the House Committee on Small Business, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Ray. You have had a long career working on several high-profile bankruptcies, most notably the Enron debacle. Mr. Ray, you were recently quoted in the New York Times as saying you have never seen such a complete failure of corporate control, and the level of dysfunction was the worst you have ever seen. Can you expand on these statements and what you have seen since taking over as CEO to make such a remark?
Yes, thank you. That comment went to really one thing that we found, which every case is different. The challenges of every case is different. The issue here that I was speaking to is I've just never seen an utter lack of record keeping. Absolutely no internal controls whatsoever. And of course, this case is then made difficult in that context when you're dealing with technology.
Mr. Ray, a number of debtors in the FTX group are located in offshore jurisdictions. Will this complicate the efforts to retrieve the assets of those debtors? If so, why?
No, I don't think it will complicate it at all. The various jurisdictions historically in bankruptcy, and I've been in a number of cross-border situations, the jurisdictions will cooperate with each other. The regulators in all these jurisdictions, I think, realize that everyone's there for a common purpose to protect the victims and to recover assets for the victims of these situations.
How much have you been able to secure, and where are most of these assets located?
We've been able to secure, over $1 billion of assets. We've secured those to cold wallets in a secure location. It's an ongoing process, though, which will take weeks and perhaps months to secure all of the assets.
Are most creditors located in the U.S. or foreign jurisdictions?
The majority of the creditors trade through the .com silo and are outside of this jurisdiction, although there are some foreign customers that are on the U.S. silo and vice versa.
So it is my understanding you established 4 silos. Can you explain why you believe establishing these silos and taking this approach will maximize asset recovery for creditors? And do you think this approach could help determine what happened to the $1 billion that is gone missing?
Yes. So one of the reasons why we set up the silos the way we did was to first focus on the FTX silo for the U.S. It's a relatively smaller trading volume, fewer users. It's truly meant, to be for the U.S. customers. The .com silo is really for non-U.S. customers, so there's a logical reason why we separated those two out. The Alameda Fund, well, that's just the fund that that drew resources from the exchanges. So it's really separate. It was not for customers per se. It was just simply a hedge fund.
As we here in Congress consider the possibility of legislation in this area, what is the one thing that you have seen in your short amount of time at FTX that you will urge us to keep in mind or is needed the most?
You know, I don't want to speak to detailed regulations or make observations about regulations. That's certainly not an area of my expertise. However, we're dealing with people's money and their assets. And, you know, my basic observation is you need records, you need controls, and you need to segregate people's money.
Thank you.
That's simple.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I thank you, Mr. Ray, for being here for the work that you're doing. Mr. Ray, you have compared FTX as worse than Enron. Can you please elaborate on some of the specific ways FTX is worse than one of the largest corporate frauds in history?
The FTX group is unusual in the sense that, you know, I've done probably a dozen large, scale bankruptcies over my career, including Enron, of course. Every one of those entities had some financial problem or another. They have some characteristics that are in common. This one is unusual, and it's unusual in the sense that literally, there's no record keeping whatsoever. It's in the absence of record keeping. Employees would communicate, invoicing and expenses on Slack, which is, essentially a way of communicating for chat rooms. They use QuickBooks, a multi-billion-dollar company using QuickBooks.
QuickBooks?
QuickBooks. Nothing against QuickBooks, very nice tool, just not for a multi-billion-dollar company. There's no independent board, right? We had one person really controlling this, no independent board. That's highly unusual in a size company this is. And it's made all more complex because we're not dealing with, widgets or something that's tangible. We're dealing with crypto. And the technological issues are made worse when you're dealing with an asset such as crypto.
Mr. Ray, Mr. Bankman-Fried has apologized. I'll subquote here, for mistakes he has made. Based on your review, is there a way to know if the transfer of FTX customer funds to Alameda Research was done by mistake?
I don't find any such statements to be credible.
Reports suggest that FTX.com transferred more than half of its customer funds, roughly $10 billion, to Alameda Research. Is that accurate, sir?
Our work is not done. We don't have exact numbers for you today, but I will say it's several billion dollars in that range. So we know that the size of the harm was significant.
Mr. Ray, FTX.com held itself out as having a sophisticated risk management system commensurate with the size of its operations. You've touched on this a little bit. Based on your work to date, is this accurate? And can you explain the, quote, sophistication of its risk management system?
I can say that's absolutely false. There was no sophistication whatsoever. There was an absence of any management.
Mr. Ray, Mr. Bankman-Fried has been able to confuse interviewers by talking in circles around the multiple business activities of FTX.com. Mr. Ray, would you break down for us the different business, quote, activities of FTX.com?
Much of this I've described. Essentially, they had two exchanges for allowed users to trade crypto, and then there was the hedge fund. It's as simple as that. The users, were allowed to make a variety of investments. They had a more expansive ability to trade crypto if you were a non-U.S. citizen on the .com exchange. But I know it's been described publicly as very complex, and it is to some extent. But essentially, you had 2 exchanges, and you had a hedge fund. Inside both the U.S. silo, as I've mentioned, and inside the silos for .com, there were regulated entities. We have regulated entities that are, for example, in Japan that are solvent. We had regulated entity LedgerX that was solvent. Those are sort of distinct from the other basic operations that we had, which was the 2 exchanges.
I thank you, Mr. Ray. And Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to submit an op-ed for the record describing an existing SEC rule that could have prevented customer assets from being misused. And I appreciate my constituent, Ron Krzyzewski, CEO of Stifel Nicholas, for his thoughtful comments. I associate myself with those, and I'd like this entered for the record. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Investor Protection, Entrepreneurship, and Capital Markets, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
For 5 years, I've been trying to ban American investments in crypto. I'm the only member of the House to get an F from the only crypto-promoting organization that rates members of Congress. My fear is that we'll view Sam Bankman-Fried as just one big snake in a crypto Garden of Eden. The fact is, crypto is a garden of snakes. Now, from the outside, crypto just looks like a non-fungible token, an electronic pet rock for the 21st century, something that might be good to invest in even though it has no apparent value because you might get somebody else to buy it from you for even more. But in reality, the hope of crypto is to be a currency, to compete with the US dollar, and to announce its advantage over the US dollar in that competition. It puts the advantage right in the name. Crypto, hidden currency. Well, is there a big market for that? Is there a big advantage that crypto has over the US dollar if it actually became a currency, which it's not yet? Well, there are drug dealers, human traffickers, sanctions evaders who will find that to be a good feature. And as Sam Bankman-Fried would tell you, there's a hell of a market for bankruptcy court evasion. But the big market is tax evasion. And I know there are some on the other side who cheer every time a billionaire escapes taxes. The other announced purpose of crypto is to compete with the US dollar as a world reserve currency, thereby enriching the corporate billionaire bros and taking thousands of dollars of advantage away from every American family, because we benefit from being a reserve currency. Now, Sam Bankman-Fried, or should I say inmate 14372, had one purpose in all of his efforts here in Congress. Was a well-known figure, only one wearing shorts. His one purpose was to keep the SEC out of crypto, to provide a patina of regulation, baby regulation from the CFTC. And I'll have one comment from my colleagues. Don't trash Sam Bankman-Fried and then pass his bill. I fear that could happen because Sam was not the only crypto bro with PACs and lobbyists, and there is no PAC or lobbyist here to work for efficient tax enforcement or sanctions enforcement. Now, I've heard from some on the other side criticizing the SEC. In July in this room, I criticized the head of the SEC for not going, the head of enforcement of the SEC for not going after crypto exchanges. But the fact is that without objection, I'd like to put in the record a letter signed by 19 Republican members designed to push back on the SEC, a brushback pitch, if you're familiar with baseball.
Without objection, such is the order.
Thank you. Attacking the SEC for paying attention to, and I'll quote, the purported risks of digital assets. And I'd like to put in the record, without objection, comments from 8 members made in this room that were designed to attack the SEC as being a Luddite and anti-innovation for for their efforts. Mr. Ray, you're going to be looking at FTX. We know that Sam Bankman-Fried is already faces criminal charges, but he did have help. Will you be looking for and turning over to U.S. Law enforcement authorities information about the possible criminal actions by Ryan Salome, Carolyn Ellison, and the other folks in the fancy apartment?
We are doing a thorough investigation, and we will, of course, we have been cooperating with the U.S. regulators and law enforcement agencies, so we will cooperate to turn over any information that would be relevant to them.
Thank you. And I'll point out in particular that one of the counts, count 8 in the complaint or indictment, is violation of campaign finance laws. And I hope that what you will turn over is a list of the major bonuses and or loans. It's reported that Ryan Salome got a $55 million loan, so that law enforcement can piece together when those loans and bonuses were made and whether they immediately preceded illegal campaign, disguised campaign contributions. Can we count on you to do that?
Yes, I can confirm that.
My time has expired.
Thank you. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ray, for appearing before the committee this morning, particularly in light of the recent arrest of Bankman-Fried. I expected you to be very cautious this morning in your answers, and in fact, I suspect you have been, but you've been very thorough and methodical in the committee, and I appreciate that indeed. First, I'd like to discuss the bankruptcy process, Mr. Ray. It's our understanding that some of the FTX entities were not included in bankruptcy, including Ledger X. Could you explain why those entities were not included and what might ultimately happen with them?
Ledger X is a perfect example of the entities that were kept out of bankruptcy. It's a regulated entity. It's fully solvent. The customer funds were segregated. We believe that there's been no harm there whatsoever. There's no reason to put it into bankruptcy. Ultimately, we will look to sell Ledger X and put it in the hands of a good steward.
And would you expand on how U.S. bankruptcy proceedings interact with international proceedings, for instance, like those in Australia?
Yes, the system is really designed to have a cooperative relationship with liquidators in other jurisdictions. We share information, we cooperate with each other relative to maximizing customer value and ultimately facilitating distributions and overall facilitation of the completion of the scheme in order to render customers as whole as possible.
As we've all seen, of course, SEC has charged Mr. Bankman-Fried with defaulting investors along with charges from the CFTC and the Southern District of New York. In your testimony, you described FTX Group as having unacceptable management practices, and you made that graphically clear, in particular to how Mr. Bankman-Fried is accused of. The SEC specifically alleges that one way in which Mr. Bankman-Fried diverted FTX funds to Alameda Research was by directing customers to deposit cash into Alameda-controlled bank accounts. Mr. Ray, could you explain how FTX was able to conceal that?
We're still, somewhat early in our investigation, but we can confirm that funds were deposited directly into Alameda as opposed to FTX bank accounts. Unfortunate, obviously, situation.
One last question on the bankruptcy. It's been reported that FTX Digital and FTX Australia were not included in the bankruptcy filing because local regulators had already initiated their own proceedings. Is it true that they could not have been included because of that?
Yes, our filing occurred on November 11, and there was other filings that had occurred shortly before.
One last thought, Mr. Ray. Clearly your profession is cleaning up messes that other people have made. That's a fair way to describe it. Not messes that you made, but they made. How does this compare, in your experience, magnitude-wise?
Well, it's
the worst or the worst by magnitudes?
It's one of the worst from a documentation standpoint. even in the most failed companies, you have a fair roadmap of what happened. We're dealing with literally a sort of a paperless bankruptcy in terms of how they created this company. It makes it very difficult to trace and track assets, and particularly, as I've said, in the crypto world. It's really unprecedented in terms of the lack of documentation.
Bankman-Fried clearly tried to exhibit himself as the brightest of the bright. But being bright neither makes you honest nor a fool, does it? Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank the witness for appearing today. Sir, I have in my left hand a sealed indictment from a grand jury as it relates to Mr. Samuel Bankman-Fried, and in my right hand, the Securities and Exchange Commission's complaint that has been filed against the same defendant. Let's put aside the civil complaint. I have one question, but first I'd like to lay a predicate by going through these charges in the criminal complaint. Wire fraud on customers, conspiracy to commit wire fraud on lenders, conspiracy to commit commodities fraud, conspiracy to commit securities fraud, conspiracy to commit money laundering, and the list goes on with a few others. I mention these things to you, sir, because Dr. King reminded us that nothing in all the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. Mr. Bankman-Fried has pretty much indicated that he just made a big mistake, that he was doing the best that he could to be a servant and of great service to humankind. But I would also mention this: he did attend Canada USA Math Camp, a summer program for mathematically talented high school students. He also has a degree from MIT, 2014, bachelor's degree in physics with a minor in mathematics. Is all of this just one big mistake that was made by this gentleman, sir, as you see it, based upon what you've seen so far? It looks to me like there may be some malfeasance here.
We're certainly, investigating everything that happened relative to these circumstances. At this stage, we're trying not to, lay judgment or put labels on actions. We're focused on, accumulating and maximizing the assets for the victims. That's our number one priority. In doing so, we will also investigate potential causes of actions to maximize value. And that does require us to get into the underlying facts and motivations and what happened. So we fully expect to explore that.
Thank you. Would you consider this to be sincere ignorance?
Again, I don't want to put labels on it. Obviously, there's been failure here of a massive proportion. Ultimately, I think others will judge him by his actions.
Mm-hmm. I find it difficult to believe that we're dealing with conscientious stupidity. It seems to me that you'd have to be rather talented to do all of these things to the extent that they were done, and do them successfully for as long as he was able to accomplish these things, that they just don't emanate from ignorance and stupidity. And a lot of people have been hurt. And aside from the civil actions,
I think that we have to send a message to the others who would take advantage of people that this is not going to be tolerated. And I thank you for what you've done. You've been very direct. I read your testimony, and based upon your testimony, it just seems to me that we have more than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions.
Madam Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Ray, thank you very much for being here. I think each of our members have been sincere in saying thank you for your professionalism and adding this to your career of other restructuring that you have not only experience in, but bringing to bear. I've got several questions, and perhaps you can answer them, which would help me. At its best, largest point of investor exposure by an American investor, what amount of money do you think that was held in FTX?
I'm not in a position really to give you individual numbers at this point. We do know with the U.S. There's hundreds of millions of dollars that were at stake. And of course on the .com, which is the international exchange, that's in the billions of dollars. There's one of the difficulties we have is that there's millions of accounts. Some of those accounts, could be by multiple users. So we're in the process of really analyzing how those accounts roll up to individual customers.
Are you aware of the SEC at any point asking questions, coming to visit, providing paperwork about these hundreds of millions or billions of dollars that drew some attention from the SEC about this American investment, or what I would say exposure?
I'm not, but you have to recognize that I parachuted in on November 11th, so I have no history with the company whatsoever.
So you do not know about any questions, interaction? Have you heard about whether there was an attempt to avoid any of this? Was any of it ever discussed by any of the people that you have gained information from?
I'm not privy to anything on a pre-petition basis.
Thank you. Do you have an idea about the value of assets that was lent to FTX, by FTX or Alameda to Mr. Bankman-Fried, the amount of money that they loaned him?
Well, we know that the size of the loss, measured essentially, at this period of time is several $billion, but you have to remember that, asset values, fluctuate. So how much the assets are worth at the time that they may have been transferred to FTX.com may be a different number than the loss as of any particular date. We do, of course, know that we have several $1 billion of losses, and we know that there was billions of dollars lent out, billions of dollars of other investments, so that we essentially have a roadmap to figure that out.
The roadmap that you're speaking about, in your past, I don't claim you necessarily know it now, were IRS forms that were filled out by the company, were they properly filled out? Have you looked at those to see that they were complying with the IRS law?
We are looking into that very thing. We've hired Ernst & Young. They are taking a comprehensive review. They're going backwards and starting with the earlier years. We're reviewing the return that was filed in 2020, 2021, and of course they're looking at all the transactions within 2022. So that review is ongoing, and we certainly will look at that in detail.
As an expert, I would consider you an expert in this arena. Would you think that it would be important that the SEC, and I don't know the law, but would have access to, as part of their any due diligence they were doing, to look at that IRS filing to determine perhaps whether someone was or was not following the law? Would that be part of a due diligence?
Well, we certainly would make, anything like that available to any of the regulatory agencies, whether it's the SEC or the IRS. We're fully cooperative to them. Anything that would aid in their investigation, it would be available to them.
Do you think it would be pertinent for this committee to be able to receive that IRS information going back so that we would make a determination about whether proper utilization of oversight was being done?
We certainly, we want to be cooperative with the committee as well, and we can certainly work with staff to address what you might need.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Housing, Community Development, and Insurance, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ray, thank you so kindly for being here today. Have you read the full testimony that was planned by our missing guest?
I have not read his full testimony. Some pieces of it have been relayed to me, but I have not read it. I've not read one word of it, actually.
Yeah, I don't know him personally and probably don't want to, but his testimony is so disrespectful. I mean, there's not a person up here who would like to show this to their children in line 2 of this missive. He says, and I quote, "I would like to start out by formally stating under oath."
You can't say it.
And I can't even say it publicly. The next 2 words, absolutely insulting. This is the Congress of the United States. And I'd like to submit this, Madam Chair, for the record.
Without objection, if you're inserting that into the record. Without objection, such is the order.
I want to follow up on what Mr. Sessions, on the discussion Mr. Sessions was having with you on this, the issue. And if you are required, I mean, we have one requirement that you are supposed to submit to each customer and the IRS the Form 109B, right?
Yes.
What else are you required to do?
I'd have to defer to the tax folks. They're experts in that field, and I'm sure they'll do a thorough review of what should have been submitted.
No, what do you know now that you are supposed to submit other than the 109B to every customer and to the Internal Revenue Service?
I don't know personally at this point, what was required to be submitted. That's part of our review with our independent accountants.
Well, could you expand or maybe even update us on the extent of the poor controls in the areas previously identified in your November 17th declaration?
It's an extensive list. It really crosses the entire spectrum of the company, from lack of lists of bank accounts, hundreds of bank accounts dispersed all over the world, lack of just a complete list of employees and their functions by group or name, extensive use of independent contractors as opposed to employees. Lack of insurance that you normally would see in certain businesses, either inadequate insurance or complete gaps in insurance. For example, the Alameda silo had no insurance whatsoever. So those are, the list goes on and on. We could spend all day on that.
We have time, but I wonder if you would support a resolution that I've been thinking about introducing, changing the name of cryptocurrency to creepy dough currency. I'm going to discuss this with my colleagues. I think it's an appropriate name. I just wanted to know whether you would support changing it to Creepy Dough.
I'll leave that skill set to the committee.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ray, it's been reported that FTX couldn't get a bank account for some time. As a result, FTX used Alameda Research's bank accounts. Does this raise any red flags for you, the fact they couldn't find a way to get a bank account?
Well, there's a few red flags. Obviously, the bank situation should have been a real red flag for someone being asked to deposit money into an account that was not the exchange account. Certainly should have been a red flag for customers.
Is Alameda a U.S. chartered bank, or is it offshore? Or the bank that they were using, I should say.
It's really not a bank per se. It's just most of the entities in the structure they're just unregulated entities.
So it's just an entity that passes through money. It's a hedge fund that does things. It doesn't have a bank account per se?
Oh, it has bank accounts, absolutely.
Are they in the U.S.?
Yes.
Okay, so here we have a company that's offshore. It can't get a bank account offshore. It has to come into the U.S. to be able to do its banking business. In other words, and the important part of this comment is that in order for these companies to exist, they've got to be able to change their digital assets into hard U.S. dollars at some point. So they need a bank account. And so they needed Alameda to be able to do that. Is that roughly correct?
Any of the silos had in bank accounts, that certainly exists. Separate bank accounts do exist. I think the real issue here for us is that money was transferred from one account to the other, seemingly without limit. That is the issue.
Okay, you talked about the accounting issues. It's interesting from the standpoint that we're talking today about a problem with these cryptocurrency firms, with securities firms, and we can't have an accounting system that actually works. This should be a really big red flag for all of us who are in the financial services world with regards to the Chinese investments that we're making, and we're not able to get accounting information on those firms. What else is going on with those firms, similar to what the debacle is that we have here with FTX? That's just a sidelight comment. One of the questions I've got is with regards to the Farmington State Bank. This is an investment that Alameda made into, and it's a little bitty bank according to a New York Times article. State of Washington, 26th smallest bank out of 4,800 in the country. They bought it in 2020, had a net worth of $5.7 million, and they dropped $11.5 million in for a percentage of the ownership. Do you know off the top of your head what the percentage of ownership was in that bank that they purchased?
I believe that ownership was approximately 10%, but I can
okay, that's what I've heard too. So therefore, they paid 20 times book, which is off the charts outrageous. So it should be a red flag over the place. Yet they were able to purchase that, even though it's a minority interest, but 20 times book. FDIC allowed that to happen. They changed names to Moonstone Bank. And since then, they've 4 separate accounts have dropped to roughly $71 million, again, according to FDIC data and according to this article. Have you looked at this relationship at all yet to see what's going on here and whether there's any irregularities at all?
We are looking at it. It certainly is one of the things that came to our attention fairly quickly. We're looking at what the dollars were that went from the FTX group to that bank, and we're looking at the connections of that bank to the Bahamas.
The way this all transacted here, is this common, by the way, that they purchase businesses and dump excessive amounts of money based on the fact they had it, whether it was a good investment or not, in all these different companies? I mean, this looks like a really excessive investment to actually go out and buy a bank to be able to do something with it, stuff it full of money. So I don't know, is there money laundering going on here? Is there some missing dollars? Is somebody stuffing away something in their back pocket to be able to at some point down the road take off with it? Is that what's going on here? I mean, it begs a lot of questions here when you see this kind of activity.
Well, there's a lot more questions than there are answers. Certainly, it's highly irregular, and it's what's gotten our attention.
Well, I thank you for your comments this morning, and it's concerning when you see this sort of lack of accounting, and you see somebody dealing in this sort of level of money, and there's lots of different companies where money shifts back and forth, and you wonder by living offshore in the Bahamas if there's not some faraway bank account that's being stuffed with money we'll never ever find. I hope you do your job and do it well, Mr. Ray. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions. You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Ray, I have so many questions, it's hard to even figure out what questions to ask. So let's just start with some easy ones. How long have you been on this job?
4 weeks.
4 weeks. Do you know when the Madoff bankruptcy was filed?
Probably circa 2008, I guess. I don't know.
So say 2008. And do you know they just made a distribution out of that bankruptcy last week?
That's what I understand, yes.
So that's, what, 14 years? How
Yes.
old are you?
Is that a permitted question?
Because I want you to add 100 to whatever your age is when you finally untangle all of this. And the reason I say that is we watched this FTX, but a bunch of other crypto companies start thrashing about, say, 9, 10, 12 months ago. And as the house of cards started falling down, the thrashing became more. We had something like that in Colorado back in the 80s when the savings and loans were failing, and everybody was sort of trading their funny money. We called it trading cats for dogs to hide lousy loans, to not show the failures of those particular banks. Here, your job, I think, as the bankruptcy trustee or conservator or whatever you are, is to go gather as many assets as you can, and that could be from some very innocent people who got paid money, to then spread it out equally among who you think the real creditors are, or, I mean, is that sort of a fair statement?
It's a general statement, but it's not far off.
Well, because we on this committee, and a number of us had to deal with the Madoff stuff, one of the things you're going to face is some guy say, I'm more innocent than that guy. I should get to keep my money, even though I got paid yesterday, but I'm an innocent guy. You're going to be dealing with so many preferences, so many fraudulent transfers. I mean, have you any idea what the total money in and the total money out of FTX was?
We don't have a full accounting at this early stage, no.
Do you know how much was in tokens? So let's say I have Dogecoin, or I don't even know how you say it, but I have 10 Dogecoin, which a year ago, is it Dogecoin or Dogecoin? Dogecoin. All right, I have 10 Dogecoins, all right? A year ago, 10 Dogecoins, for sake of argument, was worth $1,000, so $100 a coin. I put that in there. But Dogecoin today is worth, like, I don't know what, say not nearly that much. I mean, how are you going to evaluate that as to what I should get out of the bankruptcy?
Well, at first it starts with doing an accounting and a tracing of all the assets, both the ins and the outs. And that's made difficult, of course, by the commingling of assets. So perhaps you may have invested in a certain coin or an altcoin. We'll have to trace what happened to that coin because, again, what we've explained here today and through our testimony is there's commingling of assets, so that makes it a bit more complicated than simply how much is my coin worth, right? So it's gonna be a painstaking process of looking for the ins and outs, what happened to your crypto. Of course, at the bankruptcy, at the time of the bankruptcy, we know when that occurred. We have a very specific time when that bankruptcy occurred, and we will look at customer accounts as of that date, and that will be determined essentially what what your account position was. But of course, assets, vary in terms of fluctuating in value. And again, because of the circumstances we find ourselves in the lack of documentation, the potential commingling between silos, and then also what happened with Alameda taking funds from FTX.com, it isn't as simple as, how many coins did I have in my account?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is if I put $1,000 in and it's gone, and I put 10 Dogecoins in and they're gone, eventually you're going to have to figure that out. And my guess is you will be back here in a year when you have a better handle on the numbers to be talking to this committee. And thank you for doing this. I yield back.
Thank you very much. You know by now that Mr. Perlmutter is a bankruptcy attorney. You can tell by those questions. So this would be a good time to enter into the record without objection. I would like to enter into the record the indictment of Sam Bankman-Fried by the Southern District of New York that was unsealed this morning, and the separate filings from the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, both of which were filed this morning. Thank you. With that, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Ray. I'm going to get my colleague to shift a little bit or get up. Thank you. One quick question. Have you been sharing your findings with the SEC at all as you've been going through this?
Yes.
Okay. How about the Southern District of New York?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to get to a couple of practical questions because I think these were the things I was going to ask you and then also ask Mr. Bankman-Fried. In your declaration, you said that the, quote, the FTX.com platform was not available to U.S. users, close quote. However, earlier this month, CFTC Chairman Benham suggested in testimony before the Senate Agriculture Committee that 2% of funds housed at FTX.com were from U.S. individuals. Can you confirm whether there were U.S. individuals or persons, in fact, customers of FTX.com?
Yes, we found that there's a small number of U.S. customers that had engaged in as customers at .com.
Is 2% small in your estimation, or is it less or more?
We don't have those kind of numbers on an investor basis. We have it on a customer basis, but you're talking about less than a couple hundred.
But it could amount to billions. I mean, you said earlier it is billions of dollars that was in there, or at least it could be millions or hundreds of thousands. We don't know that number, or do you know that number?
I don't know. I don't know that number. Billions would sound very, very high.
Okay. Well, you had mentioned that there was billions in it.
Yes. Yeah, but clearly,
I'm giving you the range.
Yeah, clearly, as U.S. customers, there we don't have an accounting of what those particular customers had in the .com exchange.
Will determining this be part of your work through this bankruptcy process?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Will part of your work be determining which assets belong to which customers, more specifically U.S. customers of FTX.com?
Yes, we will do really a tracing analysis that will try to identify most of the sources and the use of all the funds.
So whether it's 10 customers that had a lot of money or 1,000 customers that had some money?
Absolutely.
Okay. Can you provide some indication of whether customer funds from FTX.com were in fact transferred to Alameda Research?
Well, it's definitely assets of customers in the .com silo were transferred to Alameda, no question about it. We have not seen this at this stage from the U.S. silo. But of course, we do have one concern, and that's the concern we're chasing down, which is whether or not there's commingling between that .com silo and the U.S. silo exchanges. And the reason for that is we know that there was sort of common control and access of authorized users at this most senior management level amongst all of the assets. So it's something we have to focus on. We haven't seen evidence right now of that, but certainly that's something that we need to investigate and trace.
Okay, and my remaining 2 minutes, I want to turn a little bit to operations. Is there any evidence of his parents' involvement in the operations?
We're investigating that, as well as any other players in the
email, Slack. Signal.
It's billions of records. It's a very vibrant environment.
So I hear that you haven't discovered that? I mean, it would seem interesting that, that they didn't either give legal advice or business advice or parental advice, maybe?
Well, certainly, clearly, and I think in our first day papers, we indicated that, that Mr. Bankman had given legal advice.
Okay, had he been an employee of FTX, as has been reported?
You know, I don't know if he actually had an employee status, but he certainly received payments from, the family did receive payments.
Okay, that sounds like employment to me. You got a payment for, okay. Well, I raise that because on December 8 of 2021, I met with Sam Bankman-Fried in my office, which I will note was just immediately before he came down to the hearing. He was at least 15 minutes late, and his father accompanied him in that meeting. I asked and focused on what types of regulation he was under, his engagement with regulators, and how that affected FTX. But it seems to me that there's a lot more to uncover here. Certainly, Mr. Bankman-Fried has let's say, wooed many in New York, Silicon Valley, around the world, and yes, certainly here in D.C. He was, they loved, I think everybody loved the exciting idea of a politically progressive, smart entrepreneur who was going to reimagine capitalism and change the world, feeling better about themselves, all while making them gobs of money. And I'm glad to see it's finally unraveled. So my time is up, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
First of all, let me just say thank you to Chairwoman Waters and our ranking member, and certainly to you, Mr. Ray. We have heard a lot. A lot of this has been difficult to digest, primarily because of what has happened to so many people and so much money involved. Mr. Ray, you mentioned in your testimony that one of your primary goals is to limit to the greatest extent possible the harm suffered by FTX customers. Hundreds and hundreds of $millions have been removed from crypto wallets, and in its estimates that about 1 million people have money frozen in the exchange. Can you the likelihood those funds back? And if you can't answer that question, I have the information.
Ms. Beatty, would you repeat the question? You were interrupted for a minute or so there.
Oh, I am sorry. I am at home recovering, so I hope, sorry about any connection. Basically, hundreds of dollars have been removed from crypto wallets, and it's estimated that about 1 million people have money frozen in their exchange. Can you tell us how many users have lost money, and when will they get their money back?
Well, our process is such that, you know, we are securing our assets every day. Every day we are out looking for wallets and the keys to those wallets to maximize the recovery of value. So that's an ongoing process. We've secured all of the cash in the bank accounts to the extent that we can at this point. We've secured crypto assets. We're still in the process of doing that. I mean, ultimately, that's a question of months. The litigation has been pointed out by other members. Certainly will take a longer time frame, but that is our number one focus is to generate value to repay those customers. I don't have a customer account for you today. We do know that there was 2.7 million users in the U.S. silo, which again overstates the customer relationships because people had multiple trading accounts. And in the .com silo, we had over 7.6 million users, again, overstating the actual customer relationships due to the multitude of accounts by any particular customer. So we need to get to the bottom of those customer numbers.
Thanks, Mr. Ray. Let me ask you this. Despite the fact that FTX told customers it would not trade customers' funds, we know now that FTX loaned out, I think, about $10 billion in customer assets for proprietary trading. Mr. Ray, do you know how it was possible for FTX to access clients' funds in violation of its own terms of service that read, without clients' permission, and exposes customers to such massive loss?
Well, as I indicated, I mean, there was no corporate controls, no corporate oversight, no independent board, and the owners of the business, the senior management, had virtual control of the accounts of each of the silos and could move money or assets, as they desired, undetected by customers. To the extent there were rules, and there were very few, obviously they were made to be broken.
So I think what I'm hearing you saying is that there was no one personally approved this. Let me ask you a last question. Can you tell us what regulatory changes could prevent the unauthorization or the unauthorizing customer funds in the future, based on your wealth of experience?
Without speculating about what regulatory fix there could be, and I've said in my earlier testimony, the critical thing is segregation of customer funds and transparency.
Okay, and lastly, in your 5 points that you outlined, and I'm sorry if you said it before, is there a timetable that you think you can get to that? And that can be a yes or no. I think I'm getting close to my time.
There's no particular time frame, but it's as quickly as possible. In my experience with Enron.
And is that months? Is that weeks? Quickly as possible?
It certainly isn't weeks. It's definitely months. And the causes of action, could take longer. But we will marshal assets on a weekly basis and on a monthly basis, and we'll do that as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much for taking the time to try to help us out. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ray, in your declaration, you said that many of the companies in the FTX group did not have appropriate corporate governance and that this situation is unprecedented. You also, in your testimony today, said that the FTX collapse stems from the lack of an independent board and a complete failure of any internal controls or governance whatsoever. Can you elaborate in describing the governance structures for FTX.com that led you to make those comments?
Well, first and foremost, there's no independent board of directors. So one of the first things that I did was put on an independent board of directors led by our chairperson, who's the former U.S. attorney, and Honorable Joseph Farnan, the former U.S. District Court judge. So put in a corporate structure of independent directors, put in separate officers, the new officers of the company. I put in a new CFO, a new chief information officer, a new head of administration, all independent, with some background and experience in these sectors. None of the employees, I mean, there's a lot of titles in the company, but no experience to back it up.
Can you explain how the FTX.com governance structure differs from the governance structures of FTX US?
Virtually no difference. There was no structure.
Mr. Ray, in your work so far, have you examined the governance structure or the flow of assets to the FTX Foundation or its various affiliates, including FTX Community, FTX Climate, or the Future Fund?
We are digging into that. We've not completed our review.
I am curious in your work whether or not you will determine whether those entities were established properly as non-profits or whether or not the funds received were improperly transferred customer accounts. Do you have any visibility into that yet?
We're looking at that right now. We've asked our folks at Ernst & Young to look at the tax side of it, and we're investigating the money transfers. So you can be sure we're going to dig into those details.
Was the FTX Foundation and those other not-for-profit, ostensibly not-for-profit entities,
were they completely separate from any of the for-profit entities?
They were owned by Sam Bankman-Fried. I can't tell you that they were separate because they got funds from Alameda. So we know the source of their funding was from the FTX group. There was separate ownership, but not separate, funding.
So commingled assets in that case as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. At least one ESG ratings firm gave FTX a higher score for governance than ExxonMobil. Given your testimony that FTX's collapse stems from the absolute concentration of control in the hands of a very small group of grossly inexperienced and unsophisticated individuals who failed to implement virtually any of the systems or controls necessary for a company that is entrusted with other people's money or assets, what would you say about this ESG governance rating, which rated FTX higher than ExxonMobil?
I'd get my money back.
Can you identify which entities had audited financial statements?
Yes, I can. So there was no audit at Alameda, no audit at the venture silo. There was audit at the U.S. silo, and also audit at the .com silo. I can't speak to the integrity or quality of those audits. We're reviewing, obviously, the books and records. And as I've said earlier, much of those books and records were maintained on, fairly unsophisticated ledger workbooks.
And you testified of the lack of record keeping.
Yes.
And so there's a whole lot of financial statements that are either not audited or not available. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
In your declaration, you stated that you did not believe that those audited financial statements were reliable. Can you elaborate on why you believe that to be the case?
Well, we've lost $8 billion, right, of customer money. So by definition, I don't trust a single piece of paper in this organization.
Sam Bankman-Fried, in his testimony to this committee on December 8th of last year, said that FTX has designed and offered a platform with a market structure that is risk-reducing. To be sure, there are irresponsible actors in the digital asset industry, and those actors attract the headlines, but FTX is not one of them. Was that statement incorrect?
False, yes.
Thank you. And let me conclude by describing what is going on here by a popular crypto commentator. If you set up an exchange where you're the market maker, you're the issuer, you're the prime broker, and then you trade against your own customers, you have a vested interest in creating the assets, promoting the assets, and manipulating the price of the assets. What you have is a crypto casino. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to begin by thanking you once again for taking the lead to hold bad actors accountable and pursue transparency in the cryptocurrency space. And also, Mr. Ray, I want to thank you for being here today to testify. I think I start off a little bit like Paul Krugman does in the New York Times. I don't get the point. I really don't get the point of blockchain and cryptocurrency. It's like keeping track of how many times you chew gum, like who cares? There's other ways that are, I think, less fraudulent to make transactions. But anyway, that being said, how many times have we talked here about the potential for abuse, of fraud in the crypto market? Quite a bit. We've had a lot of cheerleading from some people, especially on the other side of the aisle. I don't hear it today. Haven't heard it yet, but I do want to hear it like we normally hear it, how wonderful it is and how they shouldn't be regulated by the SEC, that they're too tough on them. Imagine we're not going to hear that today, especially after what we saw with FTX. But we do want to see order and transparency in this industry and throughout the financial markets. If you are an issuer of cryptocurrency or a manager of cryptocurrency exchange, and you conduct business with U.S. customers, consider this FTX collapse as your public service announcement. Come into compliance with the Securities Act of 1933, the Securities Act of 1934, and all other applicable federal and state laws. Do not skirt the law, mishandle U.S. citizens' funds, and then claim innocence. For the cryptocurrency industry to continue, citizens need to be informed, regulators need to uphold the laws, and companies need to comply. Now that wasn't happening, was it, Mr. Ray, under this particular company?
No, sir.
Why wasn't it?
Again, you have control in a small group of individuals without any oversight whatsoever, from an independent board or experienced managers. It's just a recipe for problems.
What government entity is responsible for this fiasco?
That's not for me to say.
No, it is for you to say. You're right there, and I'm asking you. If you had to opine, that's why you're there in the hot seat. Who is it? Should the SEC have been more aggressive, even though we had a lot of our friends on the other side saying they shouldn't have been? Should the SEC have been more aggressive?
I'm not experienced, and I'm not a regulatory lawyer. I'm not here to express views about who should regulate it. And I've said, and very clearly, that we need transparency. Customers need to have segregated accounts. They need to have ownership. It's their money, it's assets. It's really no different than a bank. You'd expect the same level of scrutiny of any funds that you have on deposit with someone else. That is a minimum.
I agree with everything you've said, but at the same time, I have to say that the product that they give is a hybrid product, is it not?
Well, it's a currency. It's an alternative currency, yes.
So then who should regulate it?
I don't have an opinion on that.
You don't?
Mr. Congressman, no.
Okay. Well, that's the whole problem, I think. I don't get the point of cryptocurrency to begin with, other than, if you're a terrorist or someone that wants to hide money, and then I get the point. But other than that, I don't get the point myself. But if we are going to have it, we have to regulate it. Someone has to be in charge. We have to make sure that we don't continue to defraud the American people. And that's where the government comes in. Somebody's got to take charge of this. I think it's the SEC. I've always thought it was the SEC. They had a lot of pushback from my friends on the other side. I didn't hear them quite today, pushing back as they normally do. I'd love to see that. But again, someone has to regulate this if it's going to exist. Don't you agree?
I certainly think there has to be more controls in this sector. Who should regulate it? I defer to this committee.
That, Madam Chair, I yield my time back. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ray, for being here. Appreciate it. There's been many comparisons that have been made as people examine what happened to FTX, and from Bernie Madoff to Enron, it looks like this will go down as one of the largest frauds in history. And Mr. Ray, you have a unique perspective on the fact that you have worked on the Enron bankruptcy. I'd be interested real quick if you talk a little bit real quick about how it compares. You got cut off in the early time, and I'd like to hear a little bit about that.
Enron was a really a different company. The crimes that were committed there were highly orchestrated financial machinations by highly sophisticated people to keep transactions off balance sheets. This is really old-fashioned embezzlement. This is just taking money from customers and using it for your own purpose. Not sophisticated at all. Sophisticated perhaps in the way they were able to sort of hide it from people, frankly, right in front of their eyes. But this isn't sophisticated whatsoever. This is just plain old embezzlement.
Old school.
Old school.
There you go. It seems like Freed has some interesting ideas on how he can stay relevant in the FTX world, and even after stealing customers' money and driving the company into bankruptcy. And I have read that he wants to be retained as an outside consultant, and been very critical of your own appointment, quite frankly, into this position. So after his arrest last night, all of his wishes seem even more unlikely. So what role, if any, should he play in FTX moving forward?
The role he's currently playing. Okay. Zero.
Good. You stated that FTX was a platform allowing for users to trade digital assets. Were users engaging in simple exchanges of assets, or were users permitted to engage in leveraged, complex transactions?
Yes. I'm sorry. Can you repeat your question?
Sure. You stated that FTX was a platform allowing for users to trade digital assets. Were users engaging in simple exchanges of assets, or were users permitted to engage in leveraged complex transactions?
Yes.
Okay. You also stated that you have recovered over $1 billion in assets. Can you give a description of the nature and type of assets you have recovered to date?
We've recovered over $1 billion of crypto assets. These are, coins of various nature, and we've secured those. But that's been our primary focus. We've certainly also secured, our cash in all of our bank accounts. The bank accounts were frozen. We've got control over those accounts with new authorized users, which certainly includes myself. But our main goal is to secure the cash and secure the crypto assets, and that is an ongoing venture.
Okay. Thank you for being here, and I yield my time back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Guam, Mr. San Nicolas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ray, thank you for being with us here today. There's a lot of people following this trying to understand what happened for a variety of reasons. Of course, your primary responsibility will be to make sure that the creditors are made whole, as well as depositors and everybody else who has a stake in varying degrees within the company. My first question is, have you been able to pinpoint the specific cause for FTX's collapse? I know that there's all kinds of stories about loans to the owner and no internal controls, loans to Alameda, commingling. But is there a specific trigger point or a specific cause that has resulted in the FTX collapse?
I think I've described it. It's really just the unlimited ability of those in control positions to borrow customer funds or take customer funds and then deploy them for their own use. That use involved margin trading, which is inherently risky. And of course, they've spent enormous amounts of money beyond that. But it's really the misuse of funds, and it's as simple as that, on a large scale basis.
So what is the big picture balance loss as a result of this bankruptcy? How much has FTX lost as a result of this?
We don't have exact numbers, but we know
Ballpark?
It's several $billion, in excess of $7 billion.
In excess of $7 billion.
Yes.
So in excess of $7 billion, we're saying that the Sam Bankman-Fried and Company basically took or misallocated $7 billion, and that's why FTX has collapsed.
Right. So funds were taken from customers, funds were invested, trading losses incurred in Alameda, and then funds were deployed that will never be, valued at the same dollar amount. There was over $5 billion of investments made. Certainly there's some value there, and we will try to get that value and sell those assets. But oftentimes, even when he made those sorts of investments, whether it was directly or through others in management, sometimes he would do that really without any pro forma or any valuation. Not really quite sure how some of the purchase price numbers were derived. So it gives you a sort of worry, obviously, that the purchases were overvalued. So there's a concern there as well.
So Alameda lost $7 billion as a result of investment decisions and margin trading.
There's a multitude of reasons that cause the gap in assets between the customer balances and what's there today and what we hope to gain. It can't be pinpointed just on losses on trading activity.
The reason I'm asking, and I'm just kind of narrowing it down because my time is expiring, but it's important for us to very clearly understand what caused this collapse. When we had the 2008 financial crisis and Bear Stearns collapsed and Lehman Brothers collapsed, we could have gone in there and we could have pointed to all these different reasons that could potentially have contributed to it. But the underlying reasons were there was a subprime crisis and a lack of liquidity in these respective institutions. That allowed us to have a policy response, a regulatory response to prevent that kind of thing from occurring in the future. The FTX collapse right now is just FTX, but are these lack of controls and are these environments that resulted in the FTX collapse, are those still existing today, and could the same thing happen in similar operations such as Binance, for example? Could they also engage in the same activities under the current regulatory regime, and if things go wrong, have the same outcome?
Well, sort of just 3 points I'd make. First of all, I mean, we are going to detail the sources and uses and what happened to all the funds. That will tell us exactly, how the losses were incurred. Some of those may be lessons learned. Some of them just, frankly, will just be payments that were made, from other people's money. It's
No,
not inherent.
just going back to my question, though, Mr. Ray, the circumstances that led to FTX's collapse, those circumstances still exist in the crypto space, and can other companies collapse in a similar set of circumstances?
Well, certainly we've ceased trading, so it won't happen at our company. Could it happen at other companies? I can't speak to them because I don't know how each of these companies are operated. Obviously, our company operated in a very distinct way that led to losses, but I think every company is different.
My time's expired.
Gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. I appreciate you being here, Mr. Ray. Glad to have you before the committee, and I want to thank the ranking member, Mr. McHenry, and the Chair Waters, for working constructively in the digital asset space over the past 4 years. And I want to remind my colleagues that Mr. McHenry talked about bond ripoffs in the railroad expansion in the 1870s and 1880s. True. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac leading us down the primrose path in the early 2000s on housing ownership in the secondary market. And there were frauds and fraudulent actors. But that didn't mean that we didn't want to invest in railroads in the United States for the history of the country. And it didn't mean that we don't need a vigorous single-family housing market and secondary market in our country. So let's not confuse the malfeasance and disgusting activity of FTX with the fact that we need a proper, thoughtful regulatory oversight of digital assets. And so I thank Chair Waters and Ranking Member McHenry. 14 years ago this week, Bernie Madoff was arrested and charged with operating the largest Ponzi scheme in American history. Its collapse injured 37,000 investors and led to major reforms at the Securities and Exchange Commission and their oversight, and FINRA. Bankman-Fried was arrested in the Bahamas last night. In many ways, the fall of FTX dwarfs that of Bernie Madoff, with court filings suggesting that over 1 million creditors are somewhere in the lurch in the FTX silos. Americans were hurt, and I want everyone listening to know in today's hearing that this is just the first step that Congress is taking in understanding what happened and how to create the appropriate regulatory environment. We do want to understand the events and decisions that led to the collapse and the impact on our customers and other market participants and how to prevent it from happening again. Mr. Ray, thanks for stepping up in your leadership capacity. And in looking at the bankruptcy filing, Prager Metis was the audit firm for the .com silo. Their website says they're the first ever CPA firm in the metaverse. So looking at their website, they have 24 offices, 600 staff, 100 partners, principally California, New York, and New Jersey. You stated you're not familiar with Prager Metis, is that correct?
That's correct.
Are they cooperating with your, in your role as bankruptcy trustee?
We're reaching out to, both firms, audit firms, as well as the firm that does our taxes, and we certainly have tools available if they don't cooperate, but everyone seems to be cooperating at this point.
And are they, you anticipate they'll actively participate in the forensic accounting work you're doing with Ernst & Young?
Absolutely not. No, we are taking information that we get from the prior auditors and accountants and tax professionals, and then we're going to take our investigation from there on an independent basis.
Can you tell us who the partner in charge is of the audit at that firm?
I can't tell you. I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Is it Jerry Etel, Brian Goldblatt, Michael Williams? Those names ring a bell?
No, it's not. I can get I can get your staff.
Would you provide that to us, please?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. And then the second auditing firm, Aramanino, you say you are familiar with them, and that's part of a London-based firm, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so do you feel the same way about their performance based on the books and records you've seen, that they also were inadequate in serving as an auditing firm?
I don't want to, I certainly don't want to disparage that firm. We do have to look through the books and records and look at the audits themselves and see how comprehensive they were, to see if the audit would have picked up anything that we see. And certainly we're going to look at the related party disclosures that are in those audits, whether there's any footnotes or exceptions. We need to go, we need to go back and look at all those audits just from a look-back perspective to determine what maybe could have been done that wasn't done.
Do you anticipate the United States being a creditor in these proceedings, either for tax purposes?
It's premature to tell. I mean, we're certainly looking at that ourselves, and to the extent that we find any irregularities in the tax area, we'll certainly be notifying the IRS, but nothing we've seen at this point. But again, our investigation is so early.
You state that the internal controls were the weakest that you've seen sort of in your experience, but FTX US and FTX.com, essentially there is no distinction between those. And so whether you were an international investor or a domestic investor, it's all the same pot. Is that fair to say?
I mean, that is certainly our worry. I mean, there's a limited amount of U.S. customers in the .com exchange, but we are focused on, commingling, and we're worried that, that the silos weren't respected for purposes of the crypto assets.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on National Security, International Development, and Monetary Policy, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ray, for being here and for undertaking this remarkably complicated task. At the end of the day, our job here is to learn from the mistakes that were made, who made them, and what we can do going forward. Like it or not, we're moving into a crypto assets, crypto world, and we really do need to learn. This whole thing has the feeling of a Hollywood blockbuster. That's why the cameras are here, right? We've got a 30-year-old gazillionaire who raised billions of dollars, living in some condo with a bunch of young people, exotic products, tokens, and crypto assets. It feels to me, though, as I look through particularly the SDNY indictment unsealed this morning, that a lot of what we're seeing here is as old as the hills. It's wire fraud. It's misleading investors. It's commingling of funds. This is as old as the hills. There is something that I really do want to ask you about, though, which is a little different here. All the good work you've done with other companies, you were dealing with, by and large, money in banks or in other financial institutions. Here we've got tokens, which evidently were things of, quote, value, valued in some way or another, that were used as collateral, living in places called wallets, not in banks. So my question for you, that feels to me like what's exotic and different about this. How much more challenging is your job going to be because you're now operating in a world of tokens and wallets as opposed to dollars and banks? And what might, I know you're hesitant to get into regulatory questions, but what should we be thinking about, if nothing else, to help with more smooth unwindings of the inevitable bankruptcies that will occur in this industry moving forward?
The principal issue that the company is facing in the crypto area, and it is from a technology perspective, it is different from the other bankruptcies because it is it's not a plane, not a boat. It's crypto asset, and it has inherently some difficulties. The assets can be taken or lost. We have assets that are in what are called hot wallets, and those are in cold wallets. Hot wallets are very vulnerable to hacking. If you've done any looking on the internet, you'll find that hacking is almost ordinary course in this business sector. There are lots of vulnerability to the wallets. So this company, unfortunately, had a very, very challenging record here. For some, transfers, there was no pathway for it. Our keys aren't stored in a centralized location. We don't know where all of our wallets are. passwords were sometimes kept in just plain text format. So this company was sort of uniquely positioned to fail. The lack of discipline on control of the wallets, their storage, the storage of passwords, allowing multiple users to set up accounts, almost created an environment where there was not a complete inventory of wallets. You can learn some lessons from that. I mean, you need to have more controls, more discipline, more centralized accounting functions, more oversight and management. That's not to say that things won't happen. The hacking might occur.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Ray. I have one more question, but I really appreciate that. We got to follow up on that because that's something for us to do. The other thing that I can't stop thinking about here is, again, 30-year-old gazillionaire, I get it, all sorts of attractive things. Some of the supposedly smartest money on the planet, venture capitalists who are paid tens of millions of dollars to invest money, and maybe I wouldn't care if it was just the money of the very wealthy, but they're investing pension money. They're investing university endowments, companies like Lightspeed, Sequoia, Greylock, the best of the best invested in this. And you told us, you made a statement that this was the worst governance, the worst you had ever seen. Did you see any evidence of any appreciable due diligence on the part of these entities that gave Sam Bankman-Fried hundreds of millions of dollars?
Yeah, I'm not aware of what these parties may have done in terms of their due diligence. It is surprising, obviously, in light of all the circumstances. But I don't know what they did internally to verify these investments. So well, obviously, only they know that.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Yield back.
The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ray. Like everyone else, we're appreciative of you being here today and testifying. I'm going to start, for my part, with a series of quick questions that hopefully will assist this committee's investigation, and then I want to move on to some additional points, time permitting. Mr. Ray, there were over 100 corporate entities within FTX Group. Some had boards of directors and others did not. Was there a group-level board of directors overseeing the entirety of FTX?
No, there was not.
Would you agree that it's a bad decision for a complex firm like FTX to not have a top-level board of directors?
Yes.
Do you have concerns about the concentration of power in a small group of inexperienced individuals with no oversight?
Yes.
Did FTX.com have basic corporate functions like an accounting or human resource department?
No.
Was there a legal department at FTX.com?
Yes, there was.
Was there a compliance department?
There were people with titles.
Fair enough. And thank you. Finally, to assist the committee's investigation, would you agree that a financial firm the size of FTX needs accounting, human resources, legal, compliance, and risk departments to help prevent something like this from happening?
Absolutely.
In early April 2022, FTX and IEX announced a strategic partnership. Last week, the Financial Times reported on Alameda's venture capital portfolio, which listed FTX Trading's $270 million investment into IEX as a, quote, acquisition. Did FTX Trading acquire IEX? And if not, what type of investment did FTX Trading make into IEX?
I'd have to get back to the committee on that specific investment. I'm not sure that was completed.
Can you provide us with some information on it?
Absolutely. I can get back to you on the staff on that.
We know that Chair Gensler had more meetings with FTX than anyone else in the crypto industry. We understand that what was being negotiated was a framework for digital asset exchange registration and token registration with the SEC that would benefit both parties. It would expand the SEC's jurisdiction in exchange for the SEC's preferential treatment of FTX over other industry participants. We understand there was a lot of activity to move this idea forward, including the circulation of draft short-form disclosures that would enable filers to get tokens listed on this newly formed bespoke exchange. Mr. Ray, I know you're handicapped with the information you currently have obtained, but Chair Gensler refuses to answer our questions or testify before this committee. Will you commit to sharing with this committee any internal documents you come across regarding communication between FTX and Mr. Gensler or others at the SEC?
We'll fully cooperate, with the committee and the regulatory authorities with respect to our investigation.
Again, specifically, I just want copies, that this committee will want copies of those communications to the extent they exist.
We can certainly work with your staff to get you what you need.
Thank you. And Mr. Ray, I appreciate you mentioning your concerns in the beginning of my questioning about the concentration of power in a small group of individuals with no oversight. That is the exact problem that open and permissionless technology like crypto and blockchain solve. It solves for the problems of centralization. You stated in your testimony that you've never seen such a, quote, utter failure of corporate controls at every level of an organization, from the lack of financial statements to a complete failure of any internal controls or governance whatsoever, close quote. FTX had disastrous or even non-existent systems for accounting, audit, cash management, cybersecurity, human resources, risk management, and other unacceptable management practices that currently make your job to uncover the facts quite difficult. Fortunately, the immutable characteristics of public blockchains that some people would care not to understand in this committee allowed the crypto community to reveal Sam Bankman-Fried's fraud, and the on-chain public record will assist law enforcement moving forward. I encourage my colleagues to understand Sam Bankman-Fried's con for what it is: a failure of centralization, a failure of business ethics, and a crime. It is not a failure of technology. I've worked across the aisle since I came to Congress, so the future of crypto reflects American values, the same way the internet does today. For the most engaged members of Congress on crypto policy, the FTX collapse reminds us of why we care so deeply about this technology. Decentralization is the point. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, who is also the vice chair of the Subcommittee on Investor Protection, Entrepreneurship, and Capital Markets, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Ray, thank you so much for this. I'm struck by a lot here, not least Mr. Perlmutter's comment that this is going to take a long time to untangle. Maybe your comment to Mr. Lucas that this is a paperless bankruptcy saves you time because you run out of paper, but I appreciate your service. A bunch of questions. One, I just want to clarify because it's all been implicit. All this bankruptcy is dollar denominated, correct? So as you go through to chase down values?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I ask that because we've talked about commingling, we've talked about customer losses. There's been some public reporting suggesting that there may have been some inflation or misrepresentation of the value of FTT tokens. Is that, and I'm not asking you to opine on that right now, but to the extent there is some customer loss claimed from that, is that also one of the categories of losses you're going after?
Well, FTT, I'm sorry, was on that balance sheet of Alameda, and it certainly was served as effectively sort of collateral, and it was largely controlled by Alameda, so it was a very illiquid token. It was effectively a token created, by the company itself with a limited float. So, inherent in the token itself was the illiquidity, and certainly the size of the position the company had in its own token, contributed to this problem.
But if a customer were to buy that token at some value that because of its illiquidity could be manipulated, would the customer not effectively be sitting on, for lack of a better word, a Forex risk?
Well, there's certainly, all the crypto, like any asset, has a certain volatility to it, and some are more volatile than others, and FTT was very volatile.
Sure, and I'm just, to the extent that the volatility is natural, it's fine. To the extent it's manipulated, it's separate. Let me move on because we're close on time. There's been, in a number of the public conversations that Sam Bankman-Fried has had, when asked about commingling, he often responds by talking about open margin positions. I want to just give you a chance to react to the difference between an open margin position and the commingling that you've observed.
I'm not sure exactly, I tried to follow some of what his statements were, and it was very, very hard to really understand what he was really trying to say. We do know that They had, open margin positions at various times in Alameda. And Alameda was a customer, if you will, of the exchange. And it's through that customer relationship, plus other arrangements, that allowed Alameda to borrow those funds and then take positions on the exchange like anyone, who had hedged, an asset in the market. He had unusually large positions, of course, and sometimes they were wrong in those positions and they resulted in big losses. But ultimately, the commingling issue is the same and a different issue. He took the money from FTX to cover those positions. And ultimately, when customers went to get their money back from .com, there was a run on the bank.
Okay. On November 12th, I guess just the second day, or the first day you were there.
Yes.
There was a hacker who stole some $477 million worth of tokens from FTX. There was a November 29th interview with Mr. Bankman-Fried with Tiffany Fong when he said he's narrowed it down to like 8 people, quote. Have you had any discussions with him? Do you have any sense of do you have any more visibility since November 12th on that hack? Have you had conversations with him about who those 8 people might be? What's your, it's $477 million.
I have not had any conversations with him. We're relying on forensic and cybersecurity experts who are tracking the crypto. It is an open interface, so you can see, you can ultimately find where the crypto ends up. We've had law enforcement involved. So we're tracking it. I think we've got all the help we need in that front.
Okay. As I get close on the end of my time here, so far it seems like most of the losses have been within these 4 silos, and I mean 2.7 million customers, whatever that means, is some exposure. Are you worried about any broader contagion? Are there broader contagion issues we should worry about from our perspective here? I mean, certainly other bankruptcies of the scale have spilled into other sectors.
Look, I think the industry, we've made a number of investments in the crypto sector. If you look at that portfolio of $5 billion, one of our major investments, top 20 investments were in the crypto sector. So it's a very trying time for the crypto sector, and what I worry about is the impairment to that portfolio of $5 billion, because obviously that's a recovery pool for our customers.
Thank you. Yield back.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Zeldin, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Ray, I know you referenced earlier that you had not yet read Sam Bankman-Fried's testimony that was prepared for today. I had a question that I wanted to ask. And I was going to read you something that he had included in his remarks. In late 2021, I believe that Alameda Research likely had a net asset value of substantially over $50 billion market to market. I believe that Alameda was likely leveraged long, perhaps about 1.1 times leverage. That is, it had corresponding assets for roughly 90% of its position, borrowing the remaining 10%. That was roughly 1/20th of the maximum leverage FT allowed and roughly 1/3 of the leverage assumed by the average FT margin trader. In early November 2022, over a 3-day period, the market value of assets that Alameda Research had held declined dramatically, I believe, by more than 50%. Have you yet seen any evidence of a market value drop in Alameda's assets before November 2022?
We haven't gone back to trace, the actual, to compare his statements with what actually happened in the marketplace. I mean, clearly there was volatility and a huge market drop in crypto over that 12-month period. So it wouldn't surprise me that, his leverage numbers changed, perhaps even dramatically during that time period. I think the problem at the heart of this is that, his positions, the collateral he had behind that, he didn't have the same auto liquidation provision that a margin account would normally have. You usually can't lose, if it's structured properly, you shouldn't be able to lose more than your collateral. Otherwise, the position closes out and there's no harm in the brokerage firm, if it's a brokerage account, for example, they wouldn't be short cash. They wouldn't have to go out to get the money from you. You close out the position. None of that existed with the Alameda positions. They had almost a complete ability to lose money beyond their collateral.
Are you yet in a position to be able to describe, summarize the assets that Alameda had?
We do have an inventory of the investments we made. That's pretty clear. We've got those in the hands of our investment bankers at Perella, and we're trying to understand those investments. Ultimately, we'll market those investments. You'll see this week that some of those investments will be put up for sale. The crypto assets, a little bit different. What's on the exchanges we can see. There's exchanges, about 24 exchanges across the world where we know we have crypto assets. They're in our name. We're securing those and removing those into cold storage. We have, other positions in cold wallets and hot wallets. We've got visibility to that. The question really is, are there wallets that we don't know about? Certainly that is the potential, because the way this company was organized, there may be wallets that don't have our names, we don't know where they are, and that's going to be a difficult task ahead of us. But what we can see and what we have visibility to, we're grabbing control over.
So we'll learn more this week.
We should learn more in the coming weeks.
Mr. Ray, you mentioned the documentation that you don't have earlier during your testimony. Can you share what documents you have uncovered with respect to the transfer of funds from FTX to Alameda?
It's voluminous. The record keeping, wasn't very clean in the company, but we should be able to trace the movement of crypto assets. I mean, inherently in the nature of the crypto, you should be able to see the movement and where it started and where it ended up. We'll obviously track, the banking information. We do have bank records. Sometimes we have to go right to the source, right to the bank to get historical records because they're not, in hand, if you will, at the company. But one way or another, we'll get the banking records and we'll be able to trace the sources of cash, how that cash was utilized to buy assets. Once we can identify the assets, we can then trace the asset from either, transfer to other currencies or ultimate, payment outside the company. So it's just a very intense forensic process, but we'll have the records ultimately to do that.
We'd be interested in receiving more detailed explanation of the documents that you have. And one last question, can you describe what documents you identified with respect to internal controls and governance?
Well, there isn't any, to speak of. I mean, the company is virtually void of any internal controls or documentation. Resolutions are absent. Authorizations approving massive loans. For example, the loans of the insiders. I haven't seen any resolutions approving those. When Sam Bankman-Fried signs on behalf of the company and then he signs his own loan, that should tell you a lot right there.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, who is also the chair of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Ray, thank you for your testimony here today. And, if you've been a member of Congress as long as I have been, it just seems eerily it was you that had to take over Enron when I was sitting here at that particular time. And we were looking at that as being one of the biggest scandals that we've ever seen. And now, I believe in your testimony today, you said this may be even bigger, of which is really concerning to me, particularly since, I do believe that blockchain technologies have a role in fostering financial inclusion that facilitates cross-border transactions. But what we didn't have and what we don't have are the real safeguards against misuse by bad actors. As a result of that, I know I've been intricately involved with New York State. And New York State was one of the first nations to create a virtual currency license and supervisory framework. And so in your testimony, you were very frank about the total lack of internal controls in FTX and critical of their governance structure. So I guess my first question to you is, in your estimation, how much did the lack of a board of directors attribute to the failure of FTX? And do you believe there would have been an opportunity to change course if this defunct structure were identified early on?
Yes, I do. I think the lack of an independent board was a critical aspect of the failure.
And also in New York State, there are capitalization requirements for licensee holders to have highly liquid capital to ensure that financial integrity and to protect against outside shocks. Now, in this instance, how would a capital requirement have changed the outcome of the FTX failure?
Yeah, I'm not a regulatory expert. I mean, what I've set forth in my testimony is that I think it's important for customer accounts to be segregated and for there to be transparency in what people can visualize in their account, and to have some strict rules relative to using customer assets. That's the extent of my my views about the regulatory scheme. I defer to others who are obviously more experienced on the regulatory side.
That's one of the issues that we're trying to deal here, is how do we get the appropriate and the proper regulation so that we can make sure that individuals are protected. For example, do you know and to what extent were U.S. persons trading on the FTX exchange? And do you believe that the controls were adequate in restricting access for U.S. persons? Because, FTX.com was listed in the Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And despite it being publicly reported that the U.S. subsidiary was a stronger position than its parent because of the narrowed offerings and oversights, there still seemed to be this direction toward U.S. persons. So what do you think? Do you think that there should be, or the restricting access for U.S. persons or the controls were adequate?
Well, certainly there was a limited number of people that invested on the .com, which was not the intended use of that exchange. How that happened, obviously, we'll have to investigate, and where the breakdown was, internally in our controls that would have allowed that to happen.
So I'd like, at some point, I know you're not a regulatory expert, but to have conversation with you about looking at some of the rules and the regulations that we put in place in the state of New York, because the debate that we have here at times is ceilings and floors and what would be appropriate to make sure that people are protected. You've already stated that FTX's lack of internal controls is unlike anything that you've ever seen in your career, and obviously has had a devastating impact on people who have trusted FTX with their savings and investments. I also chair the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and I'm also concerned that these internal failures could have led to sanction evasion and illegal transactions on FTX's platform at a time when sanctions compliance is critical for supporting countries like Ukraine and slowing down Putin's war machine. Have you and your team investigated these issues since taking the helm at FTX about anyone trying to avoid sanctions?
We're certainly investigating all the aspects of the failure, and as the coming weeks we'll learn more, and I think we'll certainly be willing to work with the committee to understand really what happened and share with you to the extent possible.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ray, thank you for being here today. Unfortunately, we aren't able to question Sam Bankman-Fried. I was looking forward to that, and however, I was concerned that you were going to testify first. I would have rather have had him testify first so we could qualify some of the statements that he may make with you, who's in the current position. However, since we've been in here, there's been a leak of what was to be his testimony that has come out, and I'd like to ask you about something that he has related in his testimony. He said if he had not been arrested ahead of today's hearings, that he alleges that FTX US has been and remains solvent and could pay off all of its customers tomorrow. Given the evidence you have and what you've gathered, is there any degree of truth to this claim?
We still have a hole in the U.S., so as we sit here today, it is not solvent. That's just inaccurate, and I'm not sure how would you even know that, quite honestly. So we're hopeful because the number of customers and the volume of trading on the U.S. exchange was much smaller than .com, somewhat driven by the number of withdrawals that took place before the bankruptcy on the U.S. silo. But right now, we have a few $100 million of value. Again, you have to look at value as of, say, today.
Right.
Still missing. We haven't ultimately, though, found all the keys to the wallets. As we find and open those wallets, hopefully we'll be able to find more assets. And if we can attribute those to the U.S. silo, certainly there's a pathway to recovery there. And so, really the case isn't closed yet on the U.S. It's just premature, to make a determination such as his.
So there is a potential that what he is claiming is true, but I guess that would be the reason why all of the assets in those wallets have been frozen on the U.S. side. My follow-up question would be, if they are solvent, why would we freeze those? And along with that, is there any evidence of commingling of funds between FTX.com, FTX US, or Alameda, or any of the three together?
That's what we have. That's what we're looking at right now. I can't, give you a clear answer on that today. We're looking, when we open up all the wallets, we look where the source is from whence they came. We'll have an answer for you, but it's just much too early to tell you that.
I appreciate that, but summarizing, there's not evidence right now that his statement would be true that FTX US is completely solvent.
Well, clearly not.
Okay. And something else that he did previously, he stated that the Bahamian regulators, he gave the Bahamian regulators a one-day advance warning to allow investors in the Bahamas to withdraw their funds. No one else outside the Bahamas was able to withdraw funds before the bankruptcy was filed. Mr. Freed said that he allowed the withdrawals because, quote, it was critical to the exchange to be able to have a future because that's where I am right now. And you do not want to be in a country with a lot of angry people in it. Is this explanation accurate?
Well, here's what we know. I mean, I can't speak to his words. What we do know is the liquidation proceeding in the Bahamas was filed effectively 24 hours before our Chapter 11 proceeding. During that time period, and we've documented this in our court filings as of last night, the accounts were unfrozen just in the Bahamas. Over $100 million was released to approximately 1,500 customers in the Bahamas.
Did you say 15 million or 15
100 million.
100 million.
To 1,500 customers approximately. Okay. These are approximate numbers.
Okay.
And then the door was closed about the time of our Chapter 11 filing. And there were communications between Mr. Bankman-Fried and the Bahamian government specifically related to this leakage of assets.
So Mr. Freed would have known that the bankruptcy filing was imminent when he did this?
Yes, he was certainly in discussions with his counsel, who was in discussions with the debtor's counsel.
All right. I see my time is quickly running out. Thank you for what you're doing and trying to recover what assets we can. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, who is also the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on National Security, International Development, and Monetary Policy, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for convening this hearing. Since 2019, I have raised concern about the Securities and Exchange Commission's approach to digital assets. SEC Chairman Gensler has repeatedly claimed that most cryptocurrencies are covered by existing securities laws. Despite that, the SEC has not proposed a single rule to create guardrails for digital assets and has done a haphazard job of overseeing the space. The result has been a lack of certainty and clear rules of the road, and we are seeing the impact of that front and center today. They failed to do their job, and they failed to protect consumers, in my opinion. I've been calling on with other members on financial regulators to step up and create clear guardrails for digital assets. Nearly a year ago, I drafted the Stablecoin Innovation and Protection Act to create tough consumer protections and prevent destabilizing runs like we saw with the so-called stablecoin Terra that failed earlier this year. I also invited Chairman Rosenbaum to my district to discuss the clear regulatory steps the CFTC could take to better protect consumers and prevent thieves and snake oil salesmen from ripping off Americans with worthless digital assets. I've consistently been engaging with all market participants, associations, and regulators to promote innovation and the responsible development of promising financial technology, all with a clear eye to protect consumers. Instead of writing clear rules and guidelines for digital asset firms, however,
the SEC has created a patchwork of ad hoc policies for crypto firms purely through spotty enforcement actions and random letters, haphazard enforcement that has missed the worst offenders. You can't regulate through a random patchwork of letters. You have to write clear rules of the road, which is what I've been calling on for years now. Chairman Gensler has told our committee and stated publicly that he has the authority he needs to oversee this industry. Yet the SEC hasn't written rules and has failed to foresee and prevent disasters in the industry and protect consumers, from Terra Luna to FTX. It's time for the SEC to step up and do its job, or another regulator should take the lead. Mr. Ray, thank you for being here. Do you think U.S. financial regulators would have been satisfied with the accounting and risk mitigation practices that were in place at FTX International to prevent its failure from spilling over to FTX US and American investors?
You know, as I said on the record, I can't, you know, speak to what the regulatory fix is here. Obviously, oversight is needed. Obviously, we need to have customers have to have control over their accounts, and you know, clearly there's some needs here. You know, I can't really specify what they might be, and I leave that, you know, to the committee to obviously work with the agencies to.
You know, FTX's group's U.S.-based crypto derivatives and clearing platform LedgerX, that has been overseen by the CFTC since 2017, was not included in FTX's wider bankruptcy filing, and according to your initial review of the situation, LedgerX is still solvent. During his testimony before the Senate Agriculture Committee last week, Chairman Benham argued that it was the oversight of his agency that ensured LedgerX was insulated from the failure of other FTX firms. From what you've seen, what protected LedgerX from the failures of the broader FTX ecosystem, and what could U.S. regulators, including the SEC, have done to protect Americans using FTX US?
Yeah, certainly, you know, we believe LedgerX, you know, it is a regulated entity and it is solvent, and the customer accounts are segregated, and obviously that goes a long way to protecting customers.
Do you believe that Mr. Bankman-Fried, when he says that all FTX US users will receive a dollar on the dollar return of funds at the end of these bankruptcy proceedings?
That's very speculative at this point.
What are some of the biggest questions you still have for Mr. Bankman-Fried and his associates, now that you've been through this for some period?
Look, I think the questions we have are not necessarily a question for Mr. Fried. The questions we have are, you know, where are the assets? How we locate those assets? It's a mining exercise at this point. Look, you know, at the end of the day, we're not going to be able to recover all the losses here, right? Money was spent that we'll never get back. There will be losses on the international side. We're hopeful on the U.S. side. He'll answer to others related to what happened here. Our job is just to, you know, find the assets and try to get customers their money back as quickly as possible.
When do you expect that to be?
You know, it's these bankruptcies take time. The assets will take time to locate. The process will, as I say, will take months, not weeks. But we try to do this in the most expeditious way possible.
Thank you for being here. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Ray, thanks for what you're doing to recover funds that are missing, and for helping us build the evidence trail to find out, you know, what happened. I think a lot of people look at your initial statements and you say, you know, we know the following. First, customer assets from FTX.com were commingled with assets from the Alameda trading platform. Second, Alameda used funds to engage in margin trading, which exposed customer funds to massive losses. Based on your review of the records, is the transfer of customer funds from FTX.com to Alameda Research in conflict with the FTX.com terms of service?
Yes, that's my view.
Right, so they claim that they weren't supposed to be able to trade those funds, and clearly they traded those funds.
I think that, you know, the difference in what you may be hearing is that, you know, unlike generally customer accounts, the Alameda account had no trading limitations. So, you know, virtually unlimited positions they could take.
Right, so when customers deposited funds into their FTX accounts, where did the cash go?
Well, sometimes the money wasn't deposited in the FTX account. It was sent to Alameda to begin with, so.
So it was misdirected from the start, straight to Alameda.
there was certainly some time period where there's no bank account at .com. And then ultimately, if you look at the structure of this, Alameda was essentially a customer on that .com exchange and effectively, borrowed money from, or just transferred money from FTX customers to take its own positions on the Alameda hedge fund.
Right, so at times it was just going straight to Alameda. At other times, did you uncover a path where there was some sort of settlement, like in stocks where there's T+2, where there was settlement back and forth between FTX and Alameda?
Ultimately, when we look at this, I mean, there's going to be, I'm sure thousands and thousands of trades, right? So we're going to have to go back and do a very detailed analysis about every single.
But they didn't have a structured settlement framework at all in any of their software or accounting systems?
It doesn't appear so, no.
Okay, and have you ever done bankruptcies where you had to deal with custody of stocks?
Yes.
Yeah, so, obviously there you settle, clearly you own shares or you don't own shares. You take custody of the shares normally after a 2-day settlement period. There's a netting period where firms that trade in these net out and settle the position at the end of the day. It doesn't seem any of this kind of thing existed for FTX.
That's one of the findings. There was no reconciliation of the ledger on a day-to-day basis.
Was there anything that have you detected a point in time where the assets on hand for this enterprise matched the amount of customer deposits?
We'd have to go back and look at that. I mean, we're looking at a timeline. We're going to have to back up from the petition date. My guess would be you'd have to back up for more than a year, and then we'll look at, on a day-to-day basis. Again, they didn't reconcile ledger on a day-to-day basis. We've got to now do that to find the answer to your question.
Okay, so custody really seems to be one of the big things here. Clearly, they didn't have a way to reconcile custody on behalf of their customers. But sometimes when people were saying, boy, I don't know about this, maybe I'm going to take my funds out. Let's say somebody bought Bitcoin and now they want to exit with custody of Bitcoin and have self-custody. Is that the point in time when FTX or some combination of these entities acquired the Bitcoin so that they could deliver what the customer was requesting?
Well, there's a certain amount of liquidity at a point in time. I think the problem happened when there was effectively a run on the bank and there was just less assets there than the depositors effectively would require to be drawn out. Underscoring that is a commingling of those assets even amongst the customers themselves. So it's just really one pot of crypto, if you will.
Right. Okay, so no control, no custody. And the only real safeguard the individual consumer had as this was unwinding was the hope that they could somehow be one of the lucky people that decided to say, I'm going to take possession and self-custody my own digital asset. Those people, if they've exited and they have custody of the assets, are their assets now safe?
Well, you're exactly on point. I mean, if we could all be as lucky as the Bahamian customers who got the money out.
All right, thank you. My time's expired. I yield.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, who is also the vice chair of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you to our chairwoman for making this hearing an absolute priority. Due to the collapse of the cryptocurrency exchange FTX, over 1 million people have not been made whole, including consumers in my district, the Massachusetts 7th. Now, Mr. Ray, in a bankruptcy filing a few weeks ago, you stated, quote, "Never in my career have I seen such a complete failure of corporate controls and such a complete absence of trustworthy